infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hi, everyone. It's Dom Giordano, and recently I had the chance to sit down and chat with Marine Colonel John Church at the watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about the impact Navy League Philly has. Take a listen.
So, Colonel John Church, you have quite a background. Also, you worked with the Navy League in Ben Salem High School.
I did. I taught there for 5 years. Absolutely loved it. Great opportunity. Great students. Great support from the staff. I have subsequently retired, turned over to Colonel Dave Mills, and I know they're doing a great job. And we, as our Navy League, supported them financially with the donation last year, which they are very grateful to receive.
What's the focus of the Navy League you think that our listeners should know about that they want to support?
Sure. We're always recruiting kind of things that veterans can bring to our organization. And I'm happy to serve and very, very glad to be here.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years.
Hello,
using
Mike.
high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
Free speech lives here. The Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yes, the breaking news this morning, as I've been reporting, Secretary Kristi Noem putting out the word pre-dawn operations just today. Coast Guard conducting back-to-back meticulous operations, very well coordinated. The boarding of these 2 Ghost Fleet tanker ships, one in the North Atlantic Sea, one in international waters near the Caribbean. Both vessels, the motor tanker Bella 1 and the motor tanker Sophia, either last docked in Venezuela or en route to it. And so in this one, they've been seized. That's part of the breaking news. We have lawmakers being briefed right now on Capitol Hill. A lot of fast-breaking developments, but many of you have been concerned about all of this action. How is this America first? How does this affect me when there's so much we have to fix here in America? What about America first? Well, I think you especially will want to hear our next guest, Dan Borowski, our executive producer. Brilliant move, because this is Mike Gonzalez, who we're very excited to hear the latest from him, senior fellow, Heritage Foundation, and the author of 2 important books. And you'll see where I'm going here. The Plot to Change America. Mike Gonzalez wrote this one, How Identity Politics is Dividing the Land of the Free. And also, Michael wrote a book, BLM, The Making of a New Marxist Revolution.
That makes sense then. Okay.
So proud to welcome in Michael Gonzalez. Thanks for being here today.
That's very nice of you. But don't forget my last book with the great Katie Gorka, Next Gen Marxism.
Yes.
What it is and how to combat it. And I can address right away in 30 seconds, I think, why this is America first. The 2 biggest problems we have in America are, first of all, we have 100,000 Americans dying every year of drug overdose. That's a bigger death toll than Korea or Vietnam. And the second one is obviously migration. Not anymore because Trump took care of the border, but under Biden, we had anywhere between 11 or 20 million people who came in illegally, and they're still roaming our streets. And then security. Addressing the cartel in Venezuela deals with all of this. Transuragua, one of the gangs that the cartel sent to terrorize our streets, will not be able to do their job anymore. The drug smuggling is going to be brought to a halt, hopefully. The financing of political instability and riots and violence will also be brought to a halt. So this is very much America first. And it's seen, and it's put through that focus. And it's not going to end. We're going to see similar actions in other countries in Latin America that also are involved in harming American citizens.
Well, that's the question here. And this is really your skill set. I mean, your books are fantastic, Mike. But take us through, even when people say, oh, the drugs, well, yes, that's horrible, but there's more. And that's, you really, this is trending on social media this morning because it's eye-popping what you're saying. and you're taking us through that this was a plan. It's not just about the drugs, which is bad enough, the deadly drug crisis that we have here, and specifically those coming from these places, but there's more to it that you believe, and you've been talking about this. This was a plan as a major disruptor here in America. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, well, Diosdado Cabello, the interior minister, who's still in power in Venezuela, we left him. He cannot remain in power too long. Mm-hmm. He said in 2019 that there was going to be a Bolivarian. A Bolivarian is the term they use for their brand of Marxism in Venezuela. It's after Simon Bolivar. The Bolivarian hurricane was going to come to all those countries that were against Chavez and Maduro. And so we saw riots in Chile in 2019. We saw riots in Colombia in 2021. Both these riots and huge instability led to changing governments. Marxist leaders came in. And we saw riots here in 2020. We saw very huge riots, the costliest riots that we have seen in our history, led by an organization, Black Lives Matter, that was on the record as saying they wanted to change all of society, that they wanted to overhaul American society, root and branch, and create a new society, and that they were Marxists. They said, yeah, we're Marxists. We've been trained in Marxism, and it's not just they that said it, but the record shows that they were trained in Marxism and especially cultural Marxism. The media could have reported on this. One of the brilliant things that Yuri Berliner, the NPR whistleblower, wrote for the Free Press in 2024 was that there was a tool to find out whether America truly was systemically racist and oppressive. That tool was journalism. Journalism could have been used to probe that thesis, but journalism was never used to probe that thesis. It was accepted as just a reality, a truth, and to question it meant that you were racist.
Yes.
And I can take you back to 2006 when Chavez, the predecessor of Maduro, called for the creation of the U.S. Social Forum, a U.S. beachhead of the World Social Forum. That's the network where Marxists around the world met. And the founders of Black Lives Matter were there in Atlanta in 2006. This is 7 years before they founded Black Lives Matter. They met as militant activists. So there's a lot in this that it might be difficult to unpack in a radio interview.
So it's important, though, that you're linking. In other words, you're taking us back in history, Mike Gonzalez, and saying that there's a direct link between, in other words, Chavez, Maduro, and sort of funding and fueling BLM before we even realized that was a thing.
Well, I mean, I talked to a defector, a very senior official who doesn't want me to name him, but he's a very senior Venezuelan official who defected, is now sitting in one of our states here, cooperating with the DEA. He's being very useful. He told me that he was in the room in late 2012 before Chavez died when he ordered that one of the founders of Black Lives Matter be given a suitcase full of cash. And he said he saw it. He said he was very detailed in the description of the room, who this woman was. And it just so happens that, one of the founders of Black Lives Matter, the founders of Black Lives Matter have been very cozy with Maduro. One of them brought him to Harlem. There are photos. People could just Google this. Your listeners should just Google right now, Opal Tometi, OPALTOMETI, and Maduro, and you're going to see pictures of her bringing him to Harlem in 2015 when Black Lives Matter. Did you see that right there?
Yeah. I just pulled it up.
Yes.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. It'll be going up on the screen here in a second.
So this is Opal Tometi, co-founder of Black Lives Matter, had faced those criticisms. Wow.
to speak to Harlem. She went to Caracas, and she signed off on one of Maduro's fraudulent elections. She said that he had won, that he had support. She said the opposition was just white settlers in Latin America, and that's the reason everything was.
There's the photo.
Everything was always done with race with them, and they said, the reason why people oppose Maduro is because they're white rich people in Caracas. So, and she signed off on the fraudulent election. So the connections are there. I'm not making this up. This is not Mike Gonzalez. This is Googleable.
Yeah. Well, in truth, the New York Times did a few days ago. They did write about it, the way they worded it. However, there's a lot of what I call bias by omission, the way that and you've worked as a journalist many years in your life, so you know this, the way they write something, how they bury a story. To their credit, at least the NYT, they did write something about this, but the way you're saying it and reporting it, very different, Mike. I know Dan Borowski had a great question.
Oh, I have. This is huge. Because, Mike, when I saw this morning, I go, oh, my gosh, there is finally fire. And what I mean by this is, for the longest time, there's been conversation under brewing about what's been going on in Western culture, Western society, right? And back in the 80s, there was a defector from the KGB. His name was Yuri Bezmenov. And Yuri actually did a media tour here in the West, in America, talking about the KGB tactics. And he talks about something called ideological subversion. I'm going to play a 30-second clip here. Here's what Yuri Bezmenov, KGB defector, had to say.
Slow process, which we
let me
call
get the sound
either
going and restart
ideological subversion. Slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
If you look on social media, Mike, everywhere you look, nobody can come to sensible conclusions. It almost seems like for the past half a century, the KGB has been doing this nefarious tactic of dividing Western society through their brain. I'm genuinely curious, do you see a tie between this tactic of the KGB, this nefarious ideological subversion, and what we're seeing in these communist countries like Cuba, like Venezuela? Are they essentially employing this old tactic, or are they working hand in hand with Putin, with the KGB, to divide Western society?
Listen, I have a paper. I'm going to break some news here. I have a big paper coming out this week, 10,000 words on everything Cuba has done in the last 67 years to undermine America's fiber, America's moral fiber, to undermine our society and throughout the Western Hemisphere. That will come out, I don't know, in a few days. It's being edited right now. The two other senior Venezuelan defectors. One is Pollo Carvajal, and the other one, I think it was Canales. They wrote letters. They're in U.S. prisons right now. They wrote letters to President Trump 3 weeks ago, saying, "Look, yeah, we are guilty of taking part of leading a conspiracy, a narco-terrorist conspiracy against your country." And he said, "But this is all a Cuban idea. This is a Cuban idea carried out with Venezuelan resources. Don't forget, Venezuela has a lot of oil, has a lot of gold, and with muscle from the Colombian guerrillas, the Marxist guerrillas in Colombia, which is next door to Venezuela, to introduce narcotics into your streets." So they were on the record as saying this. And by the way, I don't want to pick on just Tometi. You can also Google. I think this is Google or it's not. I'm very happy to send you the video. I told you how Chavez called for the creation of the U.S. Social Forum, and the U.S. Social Forum was created, again, a network of very leftist groups around the world based in the U.S., the U.S. Social Forum in 2006. And then in 2011, again, before the founding of Black Lives Matter, Alicia Garza, another one of the founders, she is addressing a gathering of the U.S. Social Forum I think in Oakland or Detroit, I forget which of the two, and she is saying, we went overseas and our Marxist compañeros and comrades told us, hey, why are you here? Go home and mobilize in the U.S. to, quote unquote, take the U.S. boot off our neck. She says this, take the boot off our neck. So she is saying we did this to take the American boot off the neck of the Marxists overseas.
It's incredible.
Again, not Mike Gonzalez, Alicia Garza says this video of her, you can Google it.
And I'm, looking even, this is why your latest book, well, really, your last 3 books are so relevant right now with all of these just incredible details. But Next Gen Marxism, what it is and how to combat it, that's important because you identify and you're talking about, to Dan's question, Mike Gonzalez, you're talking about, how this newly created form of Marxism, but you do distinguish it from Soviet communism, how they made sure it infiltrated all of our institutions, and how they used all these terms that we've heard, CRT, critical race theory, DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion, wokeism. And so I will say this, first of all, are you finding a lot of this information, it sounds like, from people who are defectors and whistleblowers? And then moving forward, I would say, Mike, how do we restore our traditional American values? Everything that, my grandpa who, fought for in, World War II or Korea, everything that we fought for, everything we hold so dear and precious, this threatens it.
Well, just as important as, I'm going to also have a big essay on the Smithsonian museums come out, just as important as what Trump is doing in the hemisphere is what the administration is doing on the cultural front. You were talking about Western civilization. Harvard no longer teaches a course on Western civilization.
Oh.
Okay?
Wow.
So the civilization that has given us the concept that we have of human rights, of liberty, of democracy, that is no longer taught.
Wow.
We need to make sure that our universities, our museums, the Smithsonian, which is supposed to be our national museum, it's 21 museums actually, but it's the largest museum complex in the world, 21 museums in all. They should. What they should do is curate American heritage, collect American heritage, and transmit it to future generations. This is what Harvard is not doing. This is what the Smithsonian is not doing. And if you're going to have continuity, and I think we all want continuity, the American experience to have continuity for future generations. If you want that, we need to start teaching it again. We need to start showing it in our national museums. We need a complete overhaul of all the bad things we're doing culturally.
Well, and that's just it. When we think about it, Mike, and think about traditional values, they've tried to wipe that away. But I'll go one step further. And you think about recently this culture of violence. And there's a common thread, unfortunately, when I reported, I started 6 o'clock in the morning with a newscast for our morning show. And we think about the violence that's happening, and I'll even take you to Charlie Kirk being assassinated. That individual we know was having all kinds of identity crisis, allegedly, and that person's not convicted and going through the courts. But there's a common thread that many of these people were disrupted in their lives. Even some of them came from traditional families where the parents, everybody said, oh, the parents, a nice home, a family, and so on. But somehow, because of social media, and they were impacted by that and then triggered, if you will. And so are you finding that it's not just within our institutions, CRT, DEI, social justice, all of this, but there's something else, and that is this motivation, if you will, to say, hey, because you're fighting for something greater than yourself, you're sort of given this permission and this crazy dystopian thing that's going on, I call it upside down land, to then go out and commit violence.
Listen, you put your finger right on it. This young man, what is his name, Taylor Robinson?
Yeah.
He was living with I don't even know how to talk about this in a family radio, with a furry. His living lover was a man who thinks he's a woman who thinks he's a cat or a furry. And right away, the day that Charlie was assassinated, Armed Queers Salt Lake City shut down all the social media. They were a very militant, pro-gun, LGBTQIA, self-described queer group. They shut down everything, and it emerged that the leaders of this group had been in Havana just months earlier, training, and it emerged that she was also a member of the PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which is the party that is organizing all the demonstrations against the capture of Maduro. If you see any of these demonstrations in your city, Philadelphia or New York, these are not grassroots. These are organized by groups like the Party for Socialism and Liberation, the Answer Coalition, Code Pink, all of them related to China. And they were, because Maduro didn't just support BLM, he also supported Antifa. So he had a couple of Antifa conferences in Caracas, which was attended by the PSL. So, yeah, it's all related.
And so, I have this saying, I just say, we're all getting played. Sometimes when we say that, when we see these headlines, school shootings, Christian schools being shot up, and like I say, Mike, that's a common thread, that this individual, whether they were triggered and say, oh, well, that person was going through something and feeling like it's an isolated incident. And my feeling is, with all of your research that you're doing, you're connecting these dots. And this is such an important red flag. How do we come together and fix this to really understand what's happening, that it's not some horrible, tragic coincidence that could not have been avoided? It's not some isolated, horrible incident.
Well, no, it's not. It's not isolated, and the way we fix it is by going back to basics. Is by putting the emphasis on the family again, on the American family, by saying no. We're not going to let you do to us, to our society, what you try to do in 2020, which is scare us into submission with violence. We need to be very, very careful with very. What we've seen so far is we're trying to regain the ground that we have lost all these past years in the universities, in the museums, in the concert halls, in K-12, and take that ground back. This is cultural ground that we lost recently. And remember, Harris, when she ran for office, the slogan was, "We're not going back." Well, we have to take that ground back because conservatism won.
And when you see in so-called mainstream media, even The View this week, and we've been showing that in fact you had at least one member, Anna, who was speaking out saying, no, we can celebrate this freedom and that Maduro is out and etc. Does it give you hope within especially Venezuelan Americans who are here trying to explain some of the history that you're talking about that hasn't been taught in our schools, our public schools, and that maybe that will have a breakthrough effect?
What do you mean by that? Can you rephrase the question?
Then the breakthrough effect of, even in so-called mainstream media, you're seeing some, especially Hispanic members of the media on mainstream shows, that are supporting what the action of Maduro being taken out and now facing American justice, and supporting the protest, supporting the celebrants, the people celebrating what has happened with Venezuela.
I haven't seen an ethnic breakdown of support in the United States. I know that, success is always supported. So Americans who were very leery of getting involved in Venezuela last week are now swinging behind Trump because it has been the operation was such a resounding success. In Latin America itself, success is through the roof. Support is through the roof. In Colombia, whose president is a Marxist, who was elected after the Venezuelan instigated riots, and who is crying, he's energetically screaming every day because of the arrest of Maduro. 77% of Colombians support what Trump did. Even in Mexico, more people supported than opposed it. And across the region, what you have is very, very strong support for removing Maduro. On the media, look, I think we're having I'm an optimistic person, and what I'm gonna say might shock you. I think that we're seeing something positive happening at CBS. I think we're seeing something positive happening at the Washington Post. The Washington Post is no longer automatically Orange Men bad. They had a big editorial supporting what Trump did on Sunday, which shocked a lot of Washington Post readers. I just did an interview with another legacy just before you. I did another interview with a legacy media. I don't say no. I'm not going to do an interview with you because you're legacy. I did it, and hopefully they will quote me right. So I think what we're seeing is a lot of legacy media, which was and very important, something I had something to do with. NPR and PBS were defunded, where the public funding was taken away. So I think we're seeing very positive signs. Obviously, the high watermark was Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, which now is called X. He liberated that, and the whistleblower piece that I mentioned on NPR, which led to the Republicans finally saying, okay, we've been trying to do this now for 50 years. We're finally going to pull the plug, and they pulled the plug.
Mike Gonzalez.
Yeah.
No, I just want to thank you and applaud you. You're doing great work.
Can
and
I just ask
I
him
agree
one quick
with
question,
you.
Dawn? Because I'm genuinely curious. I mean, if I was a producer for 60 Minutes, if I was a producer for one of these late-night magazine shows, you have the entire media talking about Venezuelan oil being the entire cause of this, and nobody's talking about this push against communism. It's a global fight against Marxism, communism, and you would think that would make for a great 60 Minutes feature, right, where they talk to some of the whistleblowers and such. I would assume you're open to that, right, Mike?
I'm very open to that, and I think more of that will happen. I will say, however, that getting the oil flowing again is very, very important.
Yes.
They have the highest, the biggest known oil reserves in the world, 300 billion with a B, 300 billion barrels. And in getting that oil flowing again, and it hasn't been flowing because collectivism doesn't work, something Mamdani is going to discover very quickly. Actually, he knows that it doesn't work. He just hates private property because he's a Marxist. So I think getting the oil flowing again is going to benefit the affordability issue. It's very important. So all these things are important. But yes, the political impact of all this is huge, has been unexplored, and should be, and I think will be explored.
Mike Gonzalez, I hope you come back. All the work you're doing, so important. Senior Fellow, Heritage Foundation, and obviously a national security and foreign policy expert. The latest book, Next Gen Marxism, What It Is, How to Combat It. Mike, thank you so much.
Thank you both. Thank you both for having me.
No, thank you, Mike. Mike Gonzalez, take care. So we have Linda Kearns ahead, a ton of breaking news. We will be right back. This is The Dawn Show.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Police in Montgomery County are looking for two thieves who robbed a Lululemon store in Ardmore and fled in a U-Haul. A popular Mexican carnival in Philly has been canceled for the second straight year amid fears of ice raids. And firefighters saved a man from getting swept away in the Schuylkill River near Market Street.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, what an incredible day today. Ton of breaking news. By the way, we're standing by because there's going to be a White House and cabinet briefing. Cabinet members are going to hold a briefing. There's a lot of live breaking news. I know that the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, was just speaking out, talking about these latest developments in the very North Atlantic. So it's important to say that one of the two vessels that has been seized successfully, artfully, quickly by the U.S. military and the Coast Guard and so on. One of them seized is about less than 190, 180 miles off the coast of Iceland. So I'll just say in the hood of Greenland, not so far from that region that took us there, as it was like not a high-speed chase like the one we saw today in North Philadelphia, as we often start out the morning. But
do you want some of Mike Johnson's comments? I do have them.
Sure. Yeah, I would love to hear a little bit of that briefing.
For control, need to have power of the purse for control of oil in Venezuela.
Okay, let me address them in turn. We're not at war with Greenland. We have no intention of being it. We have no reason to be at war with Greenland, okay? Everybody knows there's geopolitical and strategic importance of that landmass, and that's what everyone has talked about. By the way, this is not just President Trump. I think this goes back to Truman. Like many presidents have acknowledged the strategic placement of Greenland and how important that could be to our country. And the president's talked about that, rare earth minerals and other things. They're talking about diplomatic channels for this, okay? There's lots been said about it, but I know this personally because I talked to the governor of my state a couple of days ago, Jeff Landry, who has been appointed to be our person there, our individual who would go and help with these negotiations. So that is in America's interest. It is not, I think it's not against Greenland's interest. There's a lot of thoughtful discussion to be had there, and that's what we expect is going to happen. So all this stuff about military action and all that, I don't think it's, I don't even think that's a possibility.
Yes, so this was the discussion we had last hour, and starting around at 9 o'clock when I was reporting on all of this breaking news, and President Trump, within the last, I'll say at this point, he had just put out a statement on social media responding to that and talking about NATO, talking about Greenland, and why it all matters. But President Trump is expected to meet today with oil executives on Friday. Remember, he had announced that yesterday. And don't let me forget this, because I loved what President Trump, was riffing yesterday, and we were dipping in and out of it and sharing a lot of that very long live news conference, or not a news conference. Actually, Trump was addressing GOP members ahead of the midterms, and they were at the Trump Kennedy Center for that big meeting that Trump was talking about. But at one point, he just started talking about the First Lady and Melania Trump, and talking about the fact that she really does not like and has a distaste for when he does the YMCA, when he does the Trump dance. And it was pretty cute. So I'll just ask you the question. Your significant other, if there's
a little tiny thing like this, little tiny, and my wife, by the way, my wife hates when I do this.
And Donald, don't do that.
She said, she's a very classy person, right?
It's not presidential.
She said, it's so unpresidential. I said, but I did become president.
It's just such a real moment. I can't believe he's so cute when he does the Trump dance. He says, "Darling, don't do it."
I don't know if it's cute.
It does not look good. But let me ask you a question, just a little bit of a question. 855-839-1210.
Yeah.
What is something that you, your spouse, your significant other, your girlfriend, your boyfriend.
Oh, I love this.
Name the thing, 855-839-1210, the thing that you just grit your teeth when your significant other does this. So for Melania Trump, when they're in public, darling, please don't do that. No, don't do it. It's not presidential. What is the thing?
It has to be in public? Can we bring Linda in too? I don't have
Dawn,
her in the box yet.
Dawn, are you trying to drum up business for me?
Because when she's not protecting our election integrity for you, America, she is a family attorney right here in Philadelphia with her own practice. Linda Kearns.
You're going to make us need it, Dawn.
Yes.
And Dawn, I like the YMCA song. I mean,
Me
you know,
too.
I kind of was a
It's
kid
horrible.
in the 70s.
It's a terrible song.
No, the beat
As
and
bad
so
as
forth.
Elvis.
But it's like a gay man's anthem, isn't it? How did that become associated with Donald Trump?
He's
I don't
very
even remember.
inclusive.
That is a great question. I too have always wondered.
Because as many of the listeners know, I had to speak at a Trump rally, and that they played that, he danced, and it was kind of exciting to see him do that in person.
You know where else I also had that happen was at a Boogie Nights LGBT festival that I had to work down there in Atlantic City.
Well, because isn't that what YMCA is? It's like
100%.
a
Yeah.
gay anthem.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
What, that I had to work that or that?
Or that it's a gay
the
anthem?
Dawn, come on. You knew it was a
I
gay
did
anthem.
not know
Dawn,
it was a gay anthem.
have you ever seen the YMCA people, the members of the band? What did you think they were?
Hey, did you know that I was
If
hit
I
on
had-
by
if I
Randy
had-
the Cowboy?
You were what?
Hit on by Randy the Cowboy at the LGBT thing. Yeah. I'm straight, by the way, audience. I'm
But he's-
married. I have a wife. I was working it with another show that I was doing down in Atlantic City. At
But
the
he's
time.
very proud of the fact that he was. that
Oh, I'm 100. I was hit on
cowboy
by a
hit him.
celebrity. That's freaking awesome.
And Dan, I got news for you. Married with a wife is not proof that anyone's straight. So let's
That's right.
just clear that up.
Have you not seen Brokeback Mountain?
Actually, I haven't. I haven't seen Brokeback.
You haven't
Mountain,
Brokeback.
no. Yeah.
Dawn, how are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Linda. Everybody loves Linda. Linda did an awesome job over the holidays. Thank you for giving me some time off.
I know. I filled in for you. I filled in for Jimmy Fallon.
Fela, Linda Kearns.
It was interesting. And I watched you all day on New Year's Day, except the one thing I missed, which was all those dancing Elvi. For some
Would you
reason,
just
I
call
wasn't
him?
watching. But Dawn
I was
texted
texting.
to me.
Yeah, I was like, Linda, Elvis is on just
Don't
for you.
there's a plural for Elvis
No,
called
it's
Elvi?
No, it's her
Well,
clever pun.
Oh, I don't know. How else would you say multiple
Elvises?
Elvises.
Elvis.
Elvi.
And tomorrow is Elvis's birthday, and I brought cupcakes for the producers, not the on-air talent, the producers to
You're
celebrate.
amazing.
But there's already a few gone, so I'm not sure they're going to last through the afternoon shift.
Proving that, see, Elvis, my husband's a Capricorn, so Capricorns are always overachievers, and so he was a Capricorn. Martin Luther King, Ben Franklin, certain
Wait,
personality.
does
of
that
a
mean
Capricorn.
Larry Bear's birthing's coming up?
Yes, January 16th.
Are we going to have a big celebration
Larry
here at the
Bear.
radio station?
Ooh, I like
Probably
that.
not here.
A live remote from Dawn's. Oh.
We're not, I don't know, we're not big birthday people in our house. I mean, for the kids, obviously, not for the grown-ups, but there is a Capricorn personality. A winter, maybe it's just a winter birthday because they were born when, it's cold and there's nothing to do.
Yeah.
So maybe the parents are doing more puzzles with them or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. We actually have footage
Yes.
of that Elvis, the Elvi. That
Which Dawn was so...
comedy troops. Is that what did the Elvis here? The Elvi?
So there were a couple of them during the
because
Mummers
I saw the
Parade.
marriage.
Yes.
I actually talked about that when I filled in for you because I thought it was cute, but I said to Dan on air, the institution of marriage is very serious. I'm not sure I totally buy into getting married on Broad Street by an Elvis impersonator. Maybe we should take marriage a little more seriously.
Yeah, the one you're seeing right now in the Mummers Parade, New Year's Day, that Larry and I host is that was the Elvis dancers were part of the celebration, and I think I'm trying to think of which one they were, but they were part of the celebration that was non-competitive, right? The string bands were the competition that had to be canceled
Right.
because of everything. So luckily we got in the wenches and the comics prior to the string bands. The show went on, which was amazing because they did not even do what they had practiced for because they're still going to have the competition. You know what I mean? So
Right.
they wanted to reserve any surprises. The only one that you're referring to is with Dr. Kellyanne, a local doctor. That's the coolest thing about the mummers. Linda, you could be a mummer, like attorney, a carpenter. She's a doctor.
I actually interviewed a mummer when I was filling in for Jimmy Fallon. My friend Joe DeFelice, who does election law with me, but he's
Sure.
also a mummer. He is a child who's 18 years old, but he's nonverbal. He's autistic. This child doesn't really talk, but they're in the Froggy Car Wench
Yes.
Brigade, and their saying is, "Who dat Froggy Car?" And Joe's son Joey actually does say that, "Who dat Froggy Car?" So this nonverbal child says that. And by the way, I think Joe's aunt is I'm not sure of her name, but she's a huge Dawn Stensland fan. She listens to you every day.
Thanks, Joe's aunt.
So if she's listening, a big shout out. But Joe said he wonders because his son is nonverbal and has such a great day. It's his favorite day of the year to dress up in the brigade. He wonders if his son is thinking, why aren't we doing this every day?
Yeah.
But because you can't really communicate with him, you can't really explain. So that was a good interview I did over the break.
There's so many advantages within the Mummers Parade. I love it, and I think it's growing now.
Probably because of
know,
you.
No, I would say FMZ definitely because remember they were under the previous. I don't even say the previous mayor's name because he was such a hot mess. But he obviously canceled them out. It was devastating to so many different people. And now I'm so grateful to Mayor Sherelle Parker because she has embraced the mummers and she really does see it as an opportunity to celebrate what we're all about in Philadelphia and make it a national or even international event that people look at this. 125 years to have this parade here, Linda.
It's great.
And it's so cool, but it celebrates culture, celebrates everybody can celebrate their own ethnicity, their culture, etc. But dance, music, like you're just saying, differently abled people.
Absolutely.
It's just the coolest thing. I love it.
It's a little chilly to watch in person, but people still love it. And when I was a kid, my parents used to take us and bring the hot chocolate and so forth. But I did watch on TV.
Yeah, we usually went down to the Union League. That's where we watched it from. And because we had the benefit, I have to say, of, in it, you could go in and out, especially when the kids were little.
Well, Dawn, Joe DeFelice actually talked about that. He talked about how, as a lawyer and a political guy, he is often in the Union League, but on Mummers Day, for the parade, he's actually standing in front performing. And it's just a great combination of the kind of the blue collar people, the longshoremen, the union guys, everyone who's in the mummers, and then the doctors and lawyers at the Union League. So it's a great tradition.
This time of year, I have to ask you, as a family attorney, I never want to call you a divorce attorney because I think you're a family attorney and you'd rather have the family stay together. But you do represent people, right, when they're going through some some of the toughest, darkest moments of their lives. This time of year, is it good or bad for business? Is it, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, you do get a little bit busier this year because sometimes people want to put things off over the holidays and so
let's get through. Yeah,
people realize it's a new year. Do I want to continue to live like this? And I always tell my clients, I do think we'd be better off if people got married and stayed together. It's better for the children. It's better for society. It's better for their stability and basically their pocketbooks to have two people rather than one. But some of these marriages, they really don't work. And it's probably better off that they're apart.
Two different things that I think of. And even President Trump was speaking yesterday about visiting a widow. He didn't name her particularly, but in visiting people. And he mentioned that sometimes that in the one case, a widow who had been married to obviously a politician, he had just died. So President Trump is offering his condolences and is a widow who's inheriting a ton of money, married an older guy, and that she was more concerned that her dog recently had died than than her husband. I thought of you right away.
Well, it's so funny you mentioned the whole marrying of an older guy, because when you see that in the news, like that Bill Belichick guy with that young girl, maybe we should do a study, because they always say it's all about the love, it's not about the money. How many 20-year-olds are with 80-year-olds who don't have any money? Like, should we do that study?
0.0.
I have a feeling it's 0.
But in those cases, to let's say represent the children of a family, like, so I married, full disclosure, everybody knows all my stuff, so I'm very public. But I married a single dad, 25 years ago, almost 25 and a half. There'll be 26 years in June. And when I married him, Larry, I was blessed with these two awesome, 13 to 14-ish kids who lived with us. And so I said to him, not for nothing, but you should make sure that you put aside, and then we did together put aside money for our now two oldest kids, but at the time our only ones, because I have one of my BFFs from like college who she had a step monster. And we called this person a step monster. And so with Larry, when we got married, we put aside money for weddings and help, college, all this stuff, because it was important to me after my dear friend went through the hell that she went through as a child with a step monster who tragically, when the dad died, very wealthy person, guess what? The 4 kids from the first marriage got 0.
Right.
I'm talking 0.
Yeah, I mean, Dawn, not everyone is as thoughtful as you, and that's a reality. So
it's to this day I get upset about it.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you see it.
Yeah, I see it all the time.
So what do you ever negotiate prenups for people? Because that's what should happen
all the time. But not everyone wants a prenup, and they always say, I'm marrying for love. I mean, I have this one guy who I did his first divorce, and then when he went to get married, I said, please, let's just do a prenup. And he said, no, I'm marrying for love. Well, I just did a second divorce.
Oh, ouch.
So I think prenups are not for everyone, but sure, yes. If you have any type of assets or a disparity in income and you're a little bit older, I think you should protect it for yourself and your children. And there's a fair way to do it, but it can be expensive to do it right. And unfortunately, I've negotiated a lot of divorces where somebody did their own prenup, which makes the divorce even worse. It would have been better if they had no prenup at all. So you really just have to get sound legal advice about all that.
Listen to Linda. We'll continue with Linda Kearns. Here's a really easy way to make sure that your relationship is on solid ground, and that's traveling together. Get away together and enjoy life. Get away from the stress. And where am I going with this? How about escaping to some beautiful place like, Portugal, Spain for 10 days with me? Not really with me, but you know what I mean. We're going. Conservativetours.com. Not that I'm going to be all up in your face, but it's really a great getaway. And with this one, wait till you hear this itinerary designed just for you, our listeners at 1210, dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodations. These trips are incredible. We have such fun, camaraderie, but plenty of time for you to have some you time or some us time if you bring along a significant other. We did have one person I won't name who hooked up with somebody over one of the trips.
Whoa!
I'm not naming names.
No, you gotta name names.
No, you can't to give that teaser and then not give us the rest of the
Get out of here with that.
the details. You're leaving the best part out.
Never. Hey.
It's like Trump yesterday with, I'm not going to name the gym, but no.
Here's the thing. What happens on conservativetours.com stays there.
And then call Linda Kearns when you're back.
I'll be here filling in for Dawn while she's over there gallivanting around Europe.
Yes, and we will be gallivanting. And 5738, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia. 10 days, 5738. Think about that. All the food, the wineries, everything, including the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages, brimming with seafood restaurants, Abido's, Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. You got to call right now. I'm surprised that it hasn't fully booked up, but I think there are some spots left. You better call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com, Darrow Valley, Cabo de Roca, Sintra. I could go on and on and on. Join me for the history, the cuisine, like I say, the friendship that we have really come to enjoy, the camaraderie, all the great food, unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you, Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Autoimmune disease, difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy holiday savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio. And I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again. And that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
The milder air mass continues to work its way into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny and breezy with a high up around 54. For tonight, it'll be chilly, partly cloudy, low 38 for the city, a bit colder out in the suburbs, and a pleasant day on Thursday with a mix of sun and clouds with a high 52.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
You are listening, or if you're watching on YouTube, Dawn Stensland's show, and we do have a lot of live breaking news. Linda Kearns in the house, so we'll get to some great topics as well. Thank you so much. But here's Caroline Levitt, White House briefing.
It's great to see you. It's great to be with a very packed room. I'm sorry we kept you all very busy over the holiday break. And I know there is a lot of news out there today, both here at home and around the world. I will be happy to take all of your questions on all of that news. But first, I'm really honored to be standing up here today with esteemed members of the President's Cabinet and his health team to make an important announcement with respect to the President's domestic promise to make America healthy again as we kick off the new year. In less than a year in office, the President and his incredible MAHA team have made real progress on this front. Here are just a few of the significant MAHA achievements thus far. More than a dozen food manufacturers and trade associations have made commitments to remove artificial and petroleum-based food dyes from their products. The Trump administration took strong action to bar hospitals from performing dangerous, irreversible, life-altering transgender procedures on children. The Trump administration announced funding awards to states through the Rural Health Transformation Program, an unprecedented $50 billion investment established under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Trump administration has also worked with 18 states across the country to ban junk food purchases using SNAP benefits starting this year. And thank you for leading that effort, Secretary Rollins. Additionally, President Trump took historic action to secure most favored nation drug pricing and secured deals with major pharmaceutical companies to massively lower the cost of prescription drugs. And those effects are being implemented as we speak. Americans are going to continue to see the result of these incredible deals the president cut. And I know President Trump and this team behind me worked incredibly hard to lower those drug costs for Americans. On Monday, the CDC adopted common sense updates to America's childhood vaccination schedule based solely on the gold standard of science. This action empowers parents and physicians to make the best individualized decisions to protect our children, while also restoring much needed confidence in our public health system.
And so that we announced yesterday. So we'll continue to listen to what's going on here with Maha. I think RFK Jr. expected to speak as well. A little statement about Venezuela, a lot breaking. So we always want to, sprinkle in the news, if you will, and bring you what's developing and breaking so you are well informed throughout the day. Linda Kearns, as we look at Caroline Leavitt, Maha, and she mentioned the fact that over the holidays, she kept this White House kept everybody busy, and that kept you busy because you were here hosting for multiple different people. Like you said, you do filled in for Jimmy Fallon on his show here on 1210 WPHT. Is this to you? When you look at the rapid speed that this administration works with, and you've obviously been doing this a long time, I don't remember any administration working at this kind of warp speed, even Trump's first term in 2016.
It's funny. I was thinking about that over the break because I was thinking a lot of these people aren't getting a break. They're just constantly on it, constantly working. But I was looking at that news feed that we just had up on YouTube, and RFK and Dr. Oz, they all have that like orangish glow. I wonder if that's because they go to Palm Beach and get tan over the break. I wonder if that's what was happening, if they were down in Florida and getting tan, because everyone looks pretty tan in that.
I'd like to be in Florida getting tan.
Me too. Yeah, you're right. They were in Mar-a-Lago, and so they get to hang out. I've never been in you obviously as an election integrity attorney, and you worked under the Trump administration. Did you get to, Zioli was actually, he has the story about the cabana.
Right. I did not go to Mar-a-Lago. During the 24 campaign, they did move everybody to Florida. Everyone who was working for the RNC, no matter where you were, you had to be in Florida, but they made exceptions for people who were state councils like me because I had to be here in Pennsylvania. And believe me, I had so much work to do. I was working.
You were in court.
And during that time, I was actually working more than you. And I know that's hard to believe, but I was working more hours than you
it's incredible.
Usually work.
Hey, can we pop? This is Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and there is a lot of breaking news. Can we pull him up, Dan?
Rubio?
Yes, Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking. There's a lot breaking today with Venezuela. I've been talking about these tankers seized. One in the Caribbean, one about 190 miles off the coast of Iceland, with Russian tankers in the area, with Russian vessels in the area. Quite dramatic.
I've always been a fan of Marco Rubio,
Me too.
So I'm glad to see him shining.
Oh, I think he is incredible in this role.
He's doing a great job.
Yes.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens come 2028.
Yes.
You hear all sorts of things, like maybe Vance for president, Rubio for vice president. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Marco Rubio.
I'm lacking over here. I can't find this live feed. Let me see if
okay, that's right.
I don't think it's on Fox News. It might be
on CNN.
Okay, here we go. But nope.
CNN has
our
it
TV
live.
feed's not working.
I can see it. I can see it in Dawn's studio. And by the way, Marco looks tan too. They all must have been in Florida over the break. Working, but probably outside, getting some of that Florida sun.
So what he's talking about is, and this is one of the headlines, and it's interesting to me that the mainstream media, so-called, is asking, well, how is this America first? Which is sort of funny, as if they could care. But he's saying that, of course, that if we take control over some of the Venezuelan oil, that, yes, it benefits the Venezuelan people as well.
All right, got an audio feed.
Here we go.
None of these troops sit in a dry dock waiting for action. They're deployed somewhere in the world. If they're not here, they're somewhere else. Just today, our forces not deployed to the Caribbean seized a boat, a sanctioned boat tied to the IRGC that tried to flee from us. That happened somewhere else. We are constantly involved in action. We have boats in the Mediterranean. We have ships in the Middle East. We have ships in the Indo-Pacific. These ships, if they weren't in the Caribbean, they'd be somewhere else conducting activity. Yeah. That's what the Navy does.
Yeah. No, I want to emphasize that. Question from CNN. The question's never asked how much does it cost when they're in the Mediterranean or the Red Sea or the Indian Ocean or the Pacific. But now that they're in our hemisphere on a counter-cartel mission or ensuring that an indicted individual comes to justice, now you're asking the question of cost. It's a disingenuous question to begin with. You're trying to find any angle possible to undermine the success of one of the most historic military missions the world has ever seen. The level of sophistication that Senate just was briefed on and the House was briefed on, a classified level, is something only the United States of America can accomplish. The world is taking notice of that. Certainly Venezuela is taking notice of that. And it continues because 2 oil tankers, 2 overnight, were seized by the United States of America, stateless or sanctioned, because the oil blockade, the quarantine of oil out of unsanctioned or stateless, sanctioned or stateless vessels continues. That leverage will continue. As Secretary Rubio outlined. So our military is prepared to continue this. As he said, the president, when he speaks, he means it. He's not messing around. We are an administration of action to advance our interests, and that is on full display. We're happy to brief the House. No. 2 quick things, okay? Number one, because we have to go, because we got to brief the House, and if we don't and they're pissed at us, we're going to. You guys better defend us. That was because we were talking to you. I would make one more point, and it's a very interesting point. One of those ships that was seized that had oil in the Caribbean, you know what the interim authorities are asking for in Venezuela? They want that oil that was seized to be part of this deal. They understand that the only way they can move oil and generate revenue and not have economic collapse is if they cooperate and work with the United States, and that's what we see are going to happen. We got to go talk to the House.
So they're going to go talk to the House. I've told you they're going to have the briefing. A couple of things. First, Hegseth referring obviously to the Monroe Doctrine, and you can look it up for yourself as far as how many presidents have used that to protect our interest in our hemisphere. That's really what he was referring to. Second thing I'll say is look at how glib these two are on the fly, and it's not easy to stand in front of a group here. You have a lot on your mind. You're headed to a briefing. And they did not do this. And this is what irks me. That press pool who lives in a freaking bubble, they don't do that to others in the previous administration, if you notice. They didn't, it's like the women in The View, and they just jump in and try to get you to lose your train of thought and all of that. And so good for Pete Hegseth, as he was calling out. Marco Rubio, as well skilled with the media, has a funny, he uses a sense of humor and all of that to say things. But Hegseth calling out the CNN newsroom, news reporter who said that, because it's important that they call them out. This bias by omission or disingenuous, however you want to word it, that's how he said it. But I think that's part of why President Trump was great, especially this time around, to get people like this who are good enough on their feet, if you will, to handle this media, knowing what you're up against. So it's not just that you're doing great actions, which I think it's all good, but also to deal with the media narrative. What do you think, Linda?
See, Dawn, I think that the left is so used to trying to force the federal government to do things that they should have not be involved in at all. Yes. Healthcare, marriage, DEI. Those are things that should be left to the states. But the left for so long has forced that kind of stuff down our throat, and they know the only way that they can get those kinds of things passed is to try to nationalize it, because they know the states won't do it. So now when the federal government is actually doing something that the federal government is supposed to be doing, which is essentially, in a nutshell, keeping us safe, the left just doesn't know what to do with themselves, because we're really not changing the playbook. We are playing by the correct playbook, and the left does not know how to handle it.
Well put. What's that?
I know. I was just I texted you the rewinding in the press conference a little bit. That's already making some headlines from Rubio. We didn't hear this.
Okay.
Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Can you clarify your comments to lawmakers this week?
Well, that's always been the president's intent from the very beginning. He said it very early on. I mean, this is not new. He talked about it in his first term, and he's not the first U.S. president that has examined or looked at how could we acquire Greenland. There's an interest there. But so I just reminded them of the fact that not only did Truman want to do it, but President Trump's been talking about this since his first term.
See, so, but they annoy me.
And an Obama press conference was essentially, why are you so awesome, President Obama? Can you explain to us in detail why you're the best president we've ever had? I know
why don't your farts smell, Obama?
I know you're laughing, but that's kind of the way that those are approached, and that's how it's approached with basically anybody on the right. And that's why I think that the public sometimes gets a real distorted view. And again, why a station like this is so amazing, because we can bring out other viewpoints. And I will be the first to say, even though I feel that I was instrumental in helping him get elected, I don't agree with everything President Trump does, but I'm certainly thrilled that we have a president that allows the First Amendment to be so robust, and I feel free to give my opinion out. And so I think that challenging our leaders is what we should be doing. It's just that the left, it's all one-sided.
The great Linda Kearns, I love it. Can you stick around for one more? Or you have?
Oh no, absolutely.
Are you okay?
I know.
Linda,
I
Linda's
miss
a
being
busy
in the
attorney,
chair.
so
I miss being here. I told Dan that when I was here, because I had a couple 3-hour shifts and a few 2-hour shifts, it's almost like a little vacation, because when you're here, you're watching the time, you're worried about your out time for commercials. So I'm not thinking about any of my problems. All I'm thinking about is what I'm going to say on this radio. So I do like these little jaunts to the station.
And then you turn off the microphone and everything comes rushing back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or you can hop in your Piazza vehicle and get an escape that way. Kick off your new year on a high note with a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. So I don't know if you knew this or not, but Piazza, they carry more than 3,500 new vehicles and 1,600 pre-owned vehicles. That's at any given time. That's really the power of the Piazza Auto Group, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. So it includes the brands you hear me talk about. I have a Herv and Honda HR-V, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, plus pretty much any other brand that you're looking for. They've got it, and that's what I'm talking about with selection. Just visit them, piazzaautogroup.com. Search Piazza's new as well as pre-owned inventory. Find that dealer nearest you. PIAZZA, piazzaautogroup.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800 888-323-8922.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
The holidays may be over, but it's the perfect time to refresh the rooms you use every day with Kitchen Magic, the family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Plus, the opportunity to lock in current pricing before the year moves on. It's a smart way to start the new year with a home that looks better, functions better, and adds lasting value. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and start your transformation.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Our Elvis-loving Linda Kearns, attorney, election integrity attorney. Let's continue the conversation because, Linda, you wanted to talk about a great topic, and that is what I call the fleecing of America.
Oh.
And something that I had not seen, which was this report, kind of like a business does, let's say a grocery store, where they say, well, we always know that we'll have like the damaged goods or shoplifting. And so this month or this year, we know that we're going to have this much loss. And so in that, I had not seen this report that you found, which is a fantastic but disturbing report on how much is acceptable that we are ripped off in our nation. And these are our tax dollars.
I do want to mention, Dawn, tomorrow is Elvis's birthday, and I can't be here. I have court, so I just want to mention it. I'm sure Phil Almquist will mention it. But right, so when all of these things are coming out, especially about Minnesota being so much in the news, the Government Accountability Office, which that's kind of like the bookkeeper, the auditor for the government, they put out a study back in April of 2024 that the federal government loses an estimated $233 billion to $521 billion annually to fraud. And to me, that's actually not that surprising because when you see these programs like the COVID program or this program in Minnesota for the daycares, when you start giving out money, people start lining up for it. And it's probably not that easy to police who gets that money. And because this is just so massive. And Dawn, I said to you on the break, like, we need to have a zero tolerance policy on this. This is our money that's being stolen. And it's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace.
And so some of the key findings, just to summarize it, that it was between 2018 fiscal years
through
2022.
Yeah.
And what they're saying is that the high risk areas, right? Medicare, Medicaid, earned income tax credit, all the, like you mentioned, the pandemic era, unemployment programs, all of that. So it's not just one state. It's not just Minnesota. If only it were, I mean, it's bad enough that we hear about this scam, but it's not just Minnesota.
It's not. And our federal tax system and our state tax system, it's basically an honor system. You're kind of reporting on your taxes, your deductions, and most of it's an honor system, right? Because no one's really checking all of it. But people are generally truthful, not all the time, because there is tax fraud, because there's a fear of getting audited. You never know if I'm going to be subject to a random audit. So maybe, I don't know if they already do this, but if they do, they need to step it up and advertise it. All these people should be fear of random auditing. And then when they do get caught, there should be very severe punishments. These are very serious crimes. And like I told you about this fraud in Minnesota where they found in the spring, all these people got indicted because they were taking money from a COVID program that was supposed to feed children. Think of all the victims there. The children didn't get the food, but the people who were indicted and then found guilty were driving around in fancy cars and fancy purses and had fancy vacations. And they were literally taking food out of children's mouths.
I mean, it's ridiculous. And I have reported here in Pennsylvania, I mean, Dave Sunday has made some announcements about going after people with the Medicare and Medicaid fraud. But if you look at over the years, it ends up being billions of dollars. And these are our hard-earned tax dollars.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we need to take a very firm stance. Again, this is what I want my government to do. I want my government to police this type of stuff, not get into all the things that the left insists on.
Yeah, and one of them that I reported on, just a headline, was a $20 million pharmacy scheme. That was Philadelphia, by the way, and $1 million home care fraud case. So those were fraud case. Those were local cases that we talked about. But, to your point, Linda, when we talk about this, when Elon Musk and even Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, when all of that was happening, we're putting this in there. And I was trying to look up locally and incorporate that into my reporting of Doge. You never really heard that as much, or in my opinion, enough, right? Put it in perspective and say, well, Doge is important because, look at the hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud there. You never hear that. Why is that during this administration?
Right, exactly. And I would like to see us have a Philadelphia Doge and a Montgomery County Doge and a Allegheny County Doge and a Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Doge, and really look into where all these funds are going, because it's very easy when you're a government worker. It's not your money. As a small business owner, it's all my money. So I'm very careful where it goes and where those checks go. When you're a government worker, it's a little bit easier to just spread it around and not be as careful. And we want them to treat our tax money as if it was their own. Not spend it as if it was their own, but care for it as if it was their own. It's
so important. Did you ever cover a case, like a divorce case, where somebody was getting a divorce because they realized their spouse was committing some kind of fraud or embezzlement?
Please, absolutely. The problem is that you want to get them divorced, and you want to kind of keep that stuff a little bit separate, because then sometimes, if it gets reported and then they get prosecuted, and then there's no money for the children, and so that gets very, very, very sticky. What happens there? And that's a lot of times where these types of things come out, because when your marriage falls apart, your whole world falls apart, and all these things come to the surface. And I've had people who face the fact that, like, most of our money was from ill-gotten gains, and I'm not going to get alimony, and there's nothing to divide. So yeah, it's very scary.
Ruh-roh. Well, the great Linda Kearns, happy birthday in heaven.
To Elvis tomorrow, yes, and I won't be here, but I hope everyone celebrates. And I brought cupcakes for all the producers, not for the on-air talent, but for the producers who I think are the real talent here, because they are so awesome. They were so awesome to me over the break, really just helping me and teaching me, and so I brought them.
Nice when you have a fill-in host that does as much prep as Linda Kearns.
Oh.
It's like a vacation in itself.
And a very special thank you to Dawn, because I'm not sure I would have been a fill-in host if she hadn't asked me to come here on Wednesdays. So
you're probably the most overqualified fill-in host. You and Dr. Mass, I would say both of you are probably by far the most overqualified. But hopefully, everybody just loves you.
Well,
I mean, I was running into people and even going to families. They're like, I love Linda. And I was like, I love Linda too.
You know, that's kind of scary because when you sit here, you're not seeing the people who are listening. It's easy to forget. Like, I kind of think it's just me, you, and Dan chit-chatting, but it's not. There's a lot of people listening. So that's easy to forget.
Aw. Well, we can never forget Linda. Unforgettable. See you next Wednesday, if not before, but we will all together see you next Wednesday, right? You're
Absolutely.
good?
Yep.
This is the Dawn Show. Am I don't know where Dom Giordano is. He
Linda's in his seat, so
okay.
Well,
That's
I didn't see him. He usually comes in and kicks
sometimes
me
he has Newsmax hits. Like he's a very,
busy man.
He's a busy man.
Yeah.
But no Newsmax today.
I think he's going to have me on tomorrow. I'm going to call in to celebrate Elvis's birthday.
Awesome. I love it. Well, the great Dom Giordano is next. Jam-packed show for Dom. I'll see you bright and early, 6 a.m. tomorrow.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now, you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers. Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, do I have a nugget? These Democrat witnesses are taking a beating in the Comer hearing. If you haven't heard his name before, and you probably have, watch this guy. We've got to get him on the show, too, Dom Giordano's show. Brandon Gill. When I fill in nationally, I had him on. He does a great job. He is going after a Democrat witness set there to the Comer oversight hearing on Somali fraud, Walls, Ellison, and all of that. And there is just one nugget in here that I'm going to say forever. With this Democrat witness, they're sent there to try to tell us, stop talking about this. What about this fraud? Stop talking about the Somalis. Now, you know, one of the things Democrats often use, Cardinal Dolan used this. Well, you know, the first year people are in the country, they might be on welfare. But you take a look at the next generation and you take a look a few years down the line. Now, listen to this. When Congressman Brandon Gill gets going with this Democrat, the percentage of Somalis in Somali residents in Minnesota that are on welfare is staggering. Medicaid, staggering. But then he asked the question, this guy's smart. Bang! How about after 10 years, how many are on welfare still after 10 years? This is exactly what people voted for. And I think the fraud with Newsom in California is going to be extensive. People are contacting me, rumbling, saying there's got to be an attempt to take a look at the fraud in Pennsylvania under Josh Shapiro's regime. Well, that would be Valerie Arkush who's overlooking that. Remember when she talked about her failure rate on various things was only like 11%, how good that was? On overpaying people, overpaying with checks and all. All right, so without further ado, Tom, come on. Here is Congressman Brandon Gill. It's the oversight hearing. Democrats had witnesses too. I don't know. Henry will drop everything. I don't care if it's a war. If Madeleine Dean is on this committee, we'll go to her exclusive wall-to-wall coverage. I'm not sure if Houlihan or Madeleine Dean or Mary Gay Scanlon are on it or not. I haven't seen them yet. Here's Brandon Gill, though, going after the Democrat witness.
Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well, to be clear, a majority of the...
It's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir. Could I answer the question?
Let me move on. We've got a lot of questions here. What percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on Medicaid?
I don't know.
It's 73%. Do you know what that number is for Minnesota native households?
Again, you're using the phrase Minnesota native households.
Let's stop right there. Yes, let's all use that today. Native. Just here, you know, this witness, he's not concerned with the robbing the country. You hear what he's concerned about? You can't use the word native. Well, they are native. I'm a native-born citizen. Henry is. Kirk, I didn't know. I didn't see the background test results. He is. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
All three are native-born. Can we say we're native-born citizens? Oh, no, can't be doing that. All right, we continue.
Native households.
Again, you're using the phrase Minnesota native households, but the majority...
The number is 18%. That's quite an astounding difference. I think we would agree.
Can I answer the question, please?
Let me ask you one more, and then we can go on to that. What percentage of Somali-headed households are on welfare in general?
I don't know.
It's 81%. What about, let me just ask you, after 10 years of being in the United States, what percentage of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare?
I don't know.
The number is 78%. So even after 10 years, 78% of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Again, you're using
non-Somali immigrant-headed households.
If I can just answer the question, when you're using the phrase native Minnesotans, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are as Minnesotans.
Oh, why did they cut? I wanted to hear that. They're not native. They weren't born here. My God. Or they're the family emigrated. Can you imagine after that assault? Who is this guy? I don't know. And he's proud of it. I don't know anything. I'm a Democrat. What are you here for? I'm a Democrat. And you're not going to get away with this. Stop saying native, too. Can you imagine after 10 years? I don't know if they have the number after 20 years. It's still probably 60% or so. 78% are on welfare. Just a diminishing by 3% from those currently there versus newer arrivals versus 10 years. This is not just about fraud. It's about groups, and it's about a state like Minnesota where you have ample numbers of people that set me off, and probably you, because they failed to assimilate, they failed to work, they failed to do any of those things. Not every single person. Would you let me answer about the native? Food stamps, I think you said 7% versus the 56%. It's enormous. What's the reason? Because they can, because of the corruption, because of the system, because everybody's afraid they'll call them a racist or an Islamophobe. That was just a brilliant rapid fire of establishing exactly what Americans voted for, what this is all about. Okay, now, I want to take care of the family business. This show does not stint. And Henry, I'm flipping coins. I don't even know if I want to invite the guy back. And if Guy Shiraki's listening, Guy, you may want to turn off for a while. Everybody touted Marty Young to us. You remember him, right? He's running against a Houlihan. We have to have somebody out there to run against a Houlihan, just like we need Brian Fitzpatrick. Well, Marty Young came on. I thought he was pretty good. And this gets at something we can't ignore. I know some people want to ignore it and say, stop talking about health care. Just stop it. We don't have a plan. That's it. We're going into the midterms. Well, Marty Young, the Republican nominee, it looks like, his plan is universal basic care, at least for children. And he likens it to public school education. Marty, how did that go? Public school education, a healthcare system. In other words, as I understand it, in the article that I have, he wants to have, beyond Obamacare, single-payer, universal healthcare system. This is the Republican nominee. Now, you know what this underlines? It's not just the suspicion it cast on him. This is a big deal. Well, he's solution-oriented. We're not. It tells me that Republicans are not yet able. And what are they waiting for? Jeff Van Drew's on tomorrow, no bigger supporter of the president. We have cuts of the president again yesterday, and I'll play you what he said. I don't think this is sufficient, though. And the president telling us we shouldn't care about the Hyde Amendment. Yeah, what do you mean, Mr. President? You know who else told us that? Brian Fitzpatrick. The Hyde Amendment says, hey, you can get abortions, knock yourself out, but you can't use taxpayer dollars. This has always been the rule. President Trump saying, ooh, go easy on that. That has nothing to do with health care. Of course it does. Brian Fitzpatrick, the same thing. Republicans are floundering here on health care, attacking the insurance companies. I'm all on board with it. But then after that, what else do you have? So this is President Trump. This is cut 17, Henry. Here's what he said yesterday. On health care.
Give me a second.
Yeah,
pulling up.
President Trump on health care yesterday and what he's proposing or thinking about here.
What we're doing is the right thing for the country. We're not Republican or Democrat. We're doing the right thing for the country. If you look at what we're trying to solve the health care problem. We're trying to get better health care at a lower price. I mean, that's a good thing, right?
Okay. And that's about where we are. We're all in agreement with that. We're all in agreement with trying to decouple the big insurance companies. Now, I think he meets with them this week. But we don't have anything. And when we get Van Drew on tomorrow, he'll know better. I don't know what they're going to do at this point. Are they just going to say we're going to give the money to people and that's it? I'm not saying to go to the Obamacare thing, but we need something here to carry us through the midterms, rather than we're just going to attack the insurance companies. You really want to win with it? It's about one thing, winning. Got to win the midterms. So what is it that's going to help us get through this to win the midterms? The abortion thing, no, we're not going to. Buddy Johnny Z put it up on Twitter. What the heck are we doing? The Hyde Amendment, it's a line in the sand. Of course it is. I don't want to get into Brian Fitzpatrick about abortion and limitation, all that. You can do that, buddy. But no, we're not signing off on a health care plan that says that people that are pro-life have to pay for others' abortions. Fitzpatrick says, well, I don't want to litigate that in the health care. Oh, really? You don't want to talk about it? No, that's important to people. All right, so Marty Young, universal health care for children, a universal plan. At least I'm looking at the article the way that it's explained. It just underlines that Republicans are floundering here. I don't know what kind of surprise or what they're going to cook up. It didn't seem like that yesterday from their caucus. And if they don't have that, I'm going to, Representative Perry's on today at 1 o'clock. I know he's anti what Obamacare did, universal, single payer, and all that. What is it that seems likely that the president's on board with, and then we get these representatives on board with, so they can make their case? It can't just be attack the insurance. That's not going to win. You know it deep down. We need more than that. Now, if they have something and they're going to spring it next week, well, that's great. But based on these comments, and here we have a guy running for office that wants universal health care. What? That's not Houlihan. It's Houlihan's opponent. All right, let me give you the side question today, but you can get in right now at 855-839-1210. Good for Brandon Gill. You'll see this guy more. That was a dressing down of the entire fraud system of the entire Democrat Party. Now, all Republicans have to do to deliver on this is drive Walz from office, indict him, and Ellison, the attorney general, who's a more national, every bit as much of a national figure, indict him also, and every other elected official that you can there. I think that's what people want. And when you heard what Brandon Gill got out of this Democrat witness, doesn't that say it all, what's going on there? People should be, they are revolted when they hear this stuff. They're too busy working to pay for all this, maybe to hear it. Wait a minute, they're here 10 years and 78% are on welfare? How is that? That's what we always hear, isn't it? Oh, people, are going to do all this stuff now because they have to. But you'll see, over a year or two, everything will be okay. No, that's a Democrat media dodge. Okay, side question today. And I had something else prepared, Henry. I think I said it. We'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
I forgot that yesterday into today, it is the 30th anniversary of, the stat I have is on January 7th, which would be today, 27.6 inches of snow fell. Overall, I guess from the previous day, as I remember it, it topped out at over 31 inches overall. Now, I mention that because the then Governor Ridge instituted an executive order saying if you're a doctor, emergency personnel, Henry, and you may want to write this down, it could be valuable someday, or a broadcast journalist, you can travel. Guess what I was? A broadcast journalist. What else would you call me?
Did you trek through that?
I got out there at the beginning. Well, it had to be 6 inches. Now, at that point, we were in Ballackinwood. It was WWDB, the station. Tommy McDonald, who's with us, I'm on the remotes.
Right.
When I get there, they start putting me on. Then they put me up in a hotel. I think he had a cot there. If he's listening, he should call in. He's doing cut-ins to New York because it's national news, running the board at DB, eating peanut butter out of a jar.
Oh, gross.
And he has the chair turns upside down that he's fixing the bottom part of it with a screwdriver when I get in there.
Wow.
Now, that's a guy I'll never forget the scene.
True professional.
Oh, my God, keeping it together. So the two of us, I did go to the Adams Mark, which was not too far away. I don't remember sleeping. I don't know what happened. All I know is I might have been on 4 or 5 shows.
Oh, man.
It was unbelievable. I finally captured talk
I thought my
radio.
14-hour stint was...
Well, but the thing is, I had captured it. They couldn't stop me. No one could get there. I could have done anything.
Did you have your pineapple juice mixture to help your throat?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Oh, my goodness. And Ed Rendell, who usually was pretty savvy, didn't get it. Told the people of South Philly they got to stop the complaining. You can't plow those small streets. I mean, the snow may have been packed. You know, it's 31 inches, but when they start piling it up, there were places where over 6 feet.
You're building mountains.
And this went on for days. But I never forgot, thank you, Governor Ridge, broadcast journalists were able to travel. And all I had, I don't even think it was front-wheel drive. I just had like a Focus or something. I got out there. I think I walked to the hotel and walked back. And I think I was there 2 days or something. You know, I don't even know how we got fed, what happened. It was that amazing. It was out in Bala where the station was, Levering Mill Road. All right, so that gives us this premise. Hit us with the all-time event, person, wild story, entertaining if you can, from the Philadelphia region over the last 30 years. Now, I'm going to take one off that happened outside that, and you can't say Budge Wire. The death of Frank Rizzo, I believe it was 1991, so that's outside the window. But it's so big that I just threw it there so that you know it. Two that I think represent Philadelphia. Larry Krasner being elected, not once, not twice, 3 times. And when that robot made its way here.
Hitchbot?
Hitchbot. It's made its way across from communist China. I'm making that up. It may have. And yet, it got beheaded here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, made it all the way across Canada, and they said, hey, let's try it in the States. Philadelphia. Dead.
Yeah, and I think it was a beheading. So it could be a serious one. It could be a wild one. I went back because I was trying the all-time wild Philadelphia story, and I forget who I had on close to it. I was just starting in talk radio. It was the Joey Coyle story. When the 1.2 million or 6 million fell off the back of the truck over near 2 Street, and Joey was ultimately caught running through the airport in New York with $100 bills coming out of his boots.
Jeez.
Yeah. It's an all-time Philly story. And people were calling in, well, you found it. You know, it fell off the back of the truck.
Keepers.
They ought to be more careful with that. They started, he should give half of it back. He gets to keep half. Pennsport. All right, how about yours, Henry?
Yeah, so it's only been, it feels like it was just yesterday, but it's been 3 years since a local man, decided, you know what? For the next 40 days, I'm going to eat a rotisserie chicken every single day.
Whoa,
and on that 40th day, it became a huge thing that tons of people went down by the abandoned pier by the Walmart to watch this man eat his 40th chicken in 40 days live. Yeah. His name, Alexander Tominski.
Yes, I thought you were going to. Remember the other guy, too, the guy with the hoagie-sounding voice?
Oh, the hoagie mouth?
Yeah, hoagie mouth, the guy they put on when I-95, and he's standing there scratching his head. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's another great clip.
That guy. Yeah, if you find it, we ought to play that guy. Yeah. That's just amazing. Kirk, do you have one?
So I think maybe the move bombing. That was.
Well, it's 85.
Yeah.
Okay, well, a little bit outside. It's monumental, though.
Yeah, it's monumental. That's one.
But not only did the mayor bomb his own city, not only did he not put out the fire, not only when they rebuilt the houses did they have to knock them down because of the contractor.
Right.
He actually said 2 things. I wasn't there on the scene. I was afraid of being assassinated. And 2, there was a lot of snow on my TV. It wasn't snowing out. It was in May. He just said the TV connection was bad. That would be W. Wilson Good.
Yep.
Yep. Snow on the TV. Oh, my God. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. I know the guy, Henry. Not sure if he dropped the satchel of bomb or he was on the helicopter, one or the other, when it went over and dropped the bomb.
Really?
Or Move had gas tanks and all up there on the roof.
Oh, man.
Yeah, dropping the bomb. Bang. And apparently, as I'm told, they didn't want to pay for a crane to knock down the house so they could get him out that way. It was too expensive, so they blew it up. Yeah.
Oh,
my
gosh.
God. Yeah. Well, the fact.
I'd love to have sat in on that meeting.
Yeah. Well, the fact they let them get away with it. Can you imagine on a row house street they had livestock and all running the streets, like a lot of it and all. They let them do it.
That's crazy.
Ambulances couldn't go up because it might disturb them. There could be trouble.
Oh my gosh.
Rumors. Move had a nuclear weapon. Wild.
That is insane.
This was, if this were around today with social
all-time
media.
propaganda.
What would have happened? Yeah, absolutely. All right. And I once debated 3 of the Africas, Ramona Africa and a couple of others, in a studio only half this size and a big mob in there. Oh, my God. Yeah. On TV, too. They picked it up. It was nuts. Yeah.
Man.
So, Kirk, we'll put that one in. It's
Okay.
so monumental.
Yep.
You know,
I think so.
We'll throw it in.
A lot of
But,
controversy.
Yeah, we're looking
You knew someone was going to call in with it anyway.
Yeah, we're looking for about 30 years. No budge wires. I don't know where he did that. I think it was in Harrisburg, but you can't say it. Yeah.
Upstate.
No budge wires. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. Get your name into the hat. And the opening gong of this testimony in Minnesota. This is not going away. And if Republicans don't succeed in indicting a bunch of people here, then shame on them. It's there. I mean, that's why Walz is, another report came out. I'll give you that coming up. Auditor there. The testimony today is they were telling Walz about this since 2019. And every time a whistleblower did it, they were called an Islamophobe or a racist. And they were told to shut up. But you heard that Democrat witness there. What do you mean, native? Did he dispute? I don't know. How are you a witness on how all this happened if you don't know any of those stats? You don't want to know them. You're there just to tell us, why are we picking on this one group? Because significant numbers have been pirates that took in $9 billion. That's why. 855-839-1210.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you, with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, President Trump, among other things, tells all NFL teams to hire Harbaugh. And we're inaugurating, I don't know if Henry has one a little bit later, 1:45 each day, when we can. We might have a little question
I've got a
of
question.
the day. Oh, you have a question? Okay. I have one, too, so I'll save it until then. We have some days it might happen, none, some days two, involving Harbaugh. You probably guess where I'm going. But Trump jumping in, upwards of 20 teams, I think it could be even more, are looking at him as potential. And Baltimore is looking, unless there's something else there that we don't know. Nobody seems to say that. This guy has been hugely winning coach. It just tells you the NFL coaching thing. Wow.
Yeah, I think he just ran his course there.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know what that means, though. When
Well,
people
it's the
say
same
that.
thing like Andy Reid. Like Andy Reid's a phenomenal coach, but he ran his course here. Like he wore out his welcome that final season.
Well, he was 4-10.
Yeah.
This guy was 8-9, and the field goal kicker missed a very makeable field
Right,
goal.
but
It wouldn't have been.
that's the bigger issue is that they're 8-9, and then
Right.
the last however many seasons have ended in heartbreak.
Yeah.
I think it was just time to clean the slate for the Ravens. It's more, and I think
okay.
the front office felt the same way.
All right, well, then 20 other teams are wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he'll still get. I mean, it's the same thing. Like Andy Reid went to the Chiefs, and he obviously has done fantastic there. I think John Harbaugh can go somewhere else, maybe not the Cleveland Browns, but somewhere else and have success.
All right, I'll save my question for a little bit later. I can tell where you're going already. The DOJ has not only opened a criminal investigation into Walls, but the Minnesota legislative auditors just dropped a damning bombshell. According to the auditor's report, Minnesota's Department of Homeland Security, that's not a big deal usually with the state, right? During Walls' tenure, had almost no internal controls or oversight as it awarded $400 million in grants. Homeland Security. How far does this go in Minnesota? It's obvious how far it goes. It is out of control. That's where we are. All right, I mentioned Marty Young, too, just a little bit more. The guy running against Houlihan. This is the headline from the Penn Live. As millions of Americans face skyrocketing health insurance rates, a Pennsylvania Republican congressional candidate is proposing universal health care for children, young adults, and expectant mothers. Wow. This is the guy running against Houlihan. Let's see. This part of it. Okay. At some point, we must stop confusion, inaction with responsibility, said in a statement. Just as America guarantees public education for every child, we must guarantee their health. That's not just common sense. It's the right thing to do. So he said that healthcare premiums routinely exceed mortgage or rent payments. Families are one medical emergency away. We all know that. Acknowledges his proposed plan will surprise many as a Republican. He is proposing guaranteed health care coverage. All right? Universal health care, single payer, and expectant mothers, children. There was another group in there, young adults. They all get this. Think beyond Obamacare. And this is the Republican nominee. Wow. All right. Is this guy bold and, he's going to strike a chord in horsey country? Or does it make my point? This is how all over the place Republicans are at the congressional level on health care. So what are they going to do? Punt? That's not going to work. Blame the insurance companies, blame Biden, blame Obamacare. Sure, do all those things. But then what is it you would do now? And all I'm hearing is just give the people the money. Okay, how would that look? There seem to be a good deal of difficulties with that. Lenny and Pittman starts us off on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lenny.
Hey, Dom, belated happy January 6th to you. You know, that was the 5th anniversary. They had to have a hearing about it.
Yeah,
they just won't let that. They won't let it go. I mean, they are locked in, just locked in.
Happy New Year, I thought you were going to say. This is January 7th, so Larry David is monitoring this show.
Well, my birthday's tomorrow, so that's the only thing I got going on with January 6th. It's 2 days to my birthday. But anyhow, I actually, I don't know why. I guess I like torment. But I watched the hearing today thinking, well, something's going to happen. Every Republican asked questions to the guest. Not one Democrat even asked a question. They went right to Trump. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is where the corrupt. And the meeting was about Minnesota.
Exactly.
And they just are locked in on Trump. It just is amazing. They didn't even ask a question. They gave a 5-minute statement. Unbelievable.
It is. And look, the American people are seeing this. They know which party's on this. But the only danger for Republicans is if they give up in the end and we don't see people indicted, Lenny, this is going to backfire. That's what they have to do.
By the way, I watched Margie Taylor Greene. Boy, they did everything in their power. Let me tell you something. She might not be a congresswoman, but she didn't take Sonny Holston's crap. She gave it right back to her. But I do have a side question to answer.
Sure. Go ahead, Len.
Throwing snowballs at Santa Claus.
That's okay. Thank you, Lenny. Yeah, but that's outside the time. We kind of said it at 30 years, not to go too far.
Let's get more
back.
contemporary.
Yeah, that's I think that was 68. Joe Coheric's years. Fire Joe, the plane riding over. The drunken, some say, skinny Santa with no suit exactly. Of course, you're going to get snowballed. All right, so we're looking maybe since the last 30 years, okay? Since that's when the snowstorm happened. Something like that, within reason. All right, 855-839-1210. What's the story that jumps out to you? Think of a person in the story. I would always go with Rizzo and the Cummerbund, but I think that happened before 96. That seems like well before it, maybe. So hit us with that. And this hearing today, Brandon Gill, what we gave you is exactly, they're making the case. Now they have to deliver. The FBI, Pam Bondi there. Ellison, definitely. Walls, the cabinet of Walls, maybe the heads of the welfare system there. There should be double figures people that get indicted out of this. And I'm not talking just about the pirates that did it. I'm talking about the infrastructure that aided and abetted them. That's what the demand is. It's not negotiable. If they come through in that, then people are going to say, okay, that's great. Move on to California. Move on to Jersey. Let's see here in Pennsylvania, the fraud tour. I mean, at least Trump's talking about that. They're going to go to California next. All due to one guy and social media that finally broke through. And they don't know what hit them because for years they've just told people, hey, this is Minnesota. We're going to continue to do this. Where do you think you are? We're not going to investigate anything. We'll investigate you. And due to Nick Shirley and just some great footage that he had, look at what's happened. Okay, Scott Perry will be here a little bit later. Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, on a lot of issues will join. But you get him right now at 855-839-1210. And I got a little bit of an update on the alternative halftime show. What are we, 5 weeks away?
It's coming up.
Yes, yeah. We just have 3 games and a week hiatus, then the week and the game. So we're approximately 5 weeks away. I would say I'm not feeling as comfortable about this. I'll give you the update. I'm not going to give you the source, but it's source about what might happen as an alternative show that day. Other than the shows that people put on with animals and all that. I mean, an actual entertainment halftime show because of Bad Bunny. 855-839-1210.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn in the new year. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants. Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January's a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side questions. Some event, some wild story, something that happened major or entertaining here in the Philadelphia area. You know, you can go a little bit far, Allentown, wherever, over the last 30 years, because this point 30 years ago, I think we have that, Henry, right? That cut. It's Rob Jennings.
Yes.
Who did the Crime Stoppers thing, I think, too. They caught a lot of people. Do you remember Rob Jennings on 6ABC? Here's Jennings talking about what's happening as they do the news that day.
But the big story in Action News is a winter storm warning for the entire Delaware Valley. And for the very latest on what we can expect, let's go outside to Cecily Tynan. Cecily?
Well, Rob, no doubt this is going to be a major winter storm. AccuWeather says all the snowstorms we've had so far this season, just dress rehearsals for this one. Action Radar shows a system now to show you the magnitude of the storm. Look at this big bulk of moisture basically stretching all the way from D.C. over to Chicago, back down to the Gulf Coast. And if we put this into motion, this system is moving very slowly. Now, this means probably in the early morning hours is when snow will start to develop. Then it probably won't end until sometime Monday. And because of this huge storm, we have a winter storm warning in effect for the entire Delaware Valley. Now, we're not even talking inches anymore. 1 to 2 feet of snow possible from the storm. In addition, wind gusts up to about 40 miles an hour. This means we'll be experiencing blizzard conditions by this time tomorrow night. It probably won't even be safe to go out of the house because the visibility is down to about a quarter mile. If you live by the coast, there is a coastal flood watch in effect A good possibility this will be changed to a warning by tomorrow night. Tidal flooding, a good possibility. Winds gusting up to 60 miles an hour and blinding snow. So this is a storm you really want to prepare for. If you haven't already gotten the flashlights out, stocked up on food, do that tonight before the snow starts. Show you the track of the storm.
All right, we got it, Henry. And back then, the French Toast Industrial Complex was very operational, as I remember. Oh, my God. People rushing to the stores.
Got to get the bread and milk.
Yeah, the bread and milk and all, and just running out with stuff like that. And she was a little bit understated. As I said, it totaled around 31 inches ultimately. So that's our premise today. 30 years ago it happened. Well, it started wee small hours and then moved throughout the day, and I think even the next day. Oh, this is a good one. I think I'm not sure if it's within the range or not, though. We may have to look it up, but it's too good not to. An all-time story that reflects Philadelphia. It could be big. It could be a story that was very nice. Or it could be the Joey Coyle side of the aisle. John, in one of my favorite places to say, Henry, Macungie.
Oh, yeah.
The name just rolls off, Macungie. Beautiful downtown Macungie. Wouldn't you like the summer in Macungie? Let's go to John in Macungie. Hey, John, welcome in.
Hey, how you doing, Dom? Love your show. First-time caller.
Thank you.
Sorry, the name's Steve, but no big deal. Only hear your show when I'm running out for lunch or I'm traveling, so here I am. But
thank you, Steve.
I think I got a good one. Eagles Court. It is November 1997. Judge Seamus McCaffrey.
Yes, all-time ethnic name. Dominic Joseph Giordano is good, but I think it's Seamus Our Wishes McCaffrey who held it there. They had a cell there, and one of the reasons they did it, at a Monday Night Football game, a guy shot off a flare gun right into a crowd. That seemed to be, where action was taken. Yeah, that's a great one. That represents Philadelphia. A great one, Steve. Thank you. Thanks for the call. Yeah, 97, he says. Hey, as long as it's around there, that is a very Philadelphia story over the last 30
uniquely.
years. Yeah. The what was it called? Was it called not the Stadium Court, or maybe it was called the Vet Court or something like that for veterans. It was Veterans.
Yeah, it was, and it was in the 97.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Good. Right under the wire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Seamus McCaffrey. I wonder what he's doing today. He's made it to was he on the Supreme Court? No, or the Superior Court. But Seamus was a motorcyclist and was a guy that was rough and tumble in the news. Perfect guy to be holding court there during a football game. Maybe these lazy sports writers are not totally wrong about Philadelphians that go to sporting events. Maybe. Booing Santa, we've already done that. When was McNabb drafted? Because that's a great
99.
I'll take that one off the board then. People showing up in New York and booing the drafting of Donovan McNabb. Angelo Cataldi's work, the Dirty 30. They took a bus up there and they went nuts when they drafted him. They wanted a Texas running back who, if I remember, may have been somebody very good, but interested in then illegal marijuana.
Ricky Williams.
Yeah, no, not Ricky Williams. No, this was another guy that.
He went fifth and he's out of Texas.
Yeah, right. Well, they got him ultimately.
Yeah, down the line, yeah.
Yeah. No, this is a guy that year in the draft may have got drafted second or third, and Ed Rendell, the governor, weighed in. Do not pick Donovan McNabb. You got to pick this running back. The governor. I don't know if the governor was there. I do believe Governor Rendell did throw snowballs, though, at Dallas players at one game. I don't think he was governor at that point. So there
that's
you go.
fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he wasn't governor. Yeah.
Well, it could have been worse. It could have drafted Tim Couch or Keely Smith.
Yeah, that's right. But I think it was
Edgerrin James was taken fourth.
Okay.
Ricky is 5.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm confusing the Ricky Williams. I'm thinking of the other guy that eventually came here.
Ricky.
Okay.
Right? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, that's...
No, it's not Ricky. Waters, right?
That's
Who
right.
am I
Waters.
thinking?
Yeah. So That may have been who it was. And there was a big fight over it, and McNabb got picked and had a better career, obviously. But to go to New York, it was held right there in Madison Square Garden, I want to say, something like that.
It's a Radio City Music Hall.
Oh, that's where it was.
Yeah.
Okay. And the Dirty 30 there going wild with Donovan McNabb. He never forgot that. Can you imagine was he number one in the top 2 or 3?
He's number 2.
Number 2. And you get booed. Man, that tells you it's
That's
going to be a tough town. Yep. Thank you, Angelo. 855-839-1210. You get on board, jump in, hit us with that all-time Phillies story. And we have an attack on ICE officers in Minnesota that's evolving. And here, once again, you have every Democrat in the world there egging this on. They attacked ICE with a car attempting to run over law enforcement. That's what's being reported. You know what? Send in 1,000 more ICE agents. Indict these people, as many as you can, starting with Walls. What did the wife know? I'll play you Hope Walls coming up. They just think they're a separate country. They're going to do what they want in Minnesota. And I think they're going to find out pretty quickly, hopefully, that they're not going to get away with this. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time. Yeah. It's too long of a vacation. Like
never too long.
7 days is too
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. Did you get some jewelry as a gift that you don't like? Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow. 4 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Doylestown, Media, and St. David's. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,300 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, Doylestown at the Doylestown Inn, Media at the Hampton Inn, or in St. David's at the Radnor Hotel. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand, so make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, we have new guidelines out there today. Got to get Dr. Oz. I have to text him now. Do you really say today, Henry, the new food pyramid and all this, don't drink alcohol for breakfast? Okay, then.
I wasn't, but
Yeah, and I'll get into it. I don't care what Bobby Kennedy Jr. says. I'm telling you on the Dom Giordano show, not only practicing throwing a football 40 yards, not only practicing law without law school certification, because I can beat Linda at that, but also little medical. Don't eat all those saturated fats. Now claiming saturated fats, the science says not so bad for you. Oh, really? But the question was asked, these people really think they want the government to tell you not to drink any alcohol. Remember the former Surgeon General talking about alcohol and cancer right before he left in the Biden years? And Dr. Oz making a good point, saying, well, it's a social lubricant, and that's good for your health. Oh, we're going to go back to a glass of red wine is something you shouldn't be indulging in. But don't drink alcohol for breakfast. Write that one down. Make sure you don't have it for breakfast tomorrow. Tequila and pancakes, please. Dan in Fleetwood. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Dan.
Hi, Dom. Dan, how are you?
Good, Dan. Very
or
good.
Henry,
Yes,
sorry.
That's okay.
I miss Dan, but I still listen to him with the Dawn Show.
Oh, good. Good. Thank you, Dan. It's your namesake. I understand. Yes.
Yeah, well, Henry, there's no, you know what I mean. I remember when I first started construction and the Blue Route was going in.
Okay.
And I was working with my grandfather, and he had a Ford Econoline van, which you can't buy anymore. And he said, well, this road isn't open. Let's see how fast this damn thing can go. And then Gary, the painter, no last name, he always indulged in, extracurricular activities. He was supposed to be painting the Route 1 overpass for me. And I'm like, where are you, Gary? He said, I'm painting the Route 3 overpass.
All righty, Dan. Thank you very much. All righty there. Woo. Okay, yes. All right. There was something about the Blue Route and the other. Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. All right. So think of how many stories out there. This day 30 years ago, it was the worst of arguably the worst storm. But I'm following this story as we speak. We have Congressman Scott Perry in the on-deck circle in a bitter race in central Pennsylvania. But the charge is ICE now, a Minnesota rioter tried to run over the agent with her car. So not even about with her car. All right, fullest extent of the law. Bring this up to the highest level you can federally. Surge in hundreds of more ICE agents. This state is beyond belief what's going on here. You're not going to come in here and enforce the laws. Just send us $9 billion more dollars. That's what we want. So this is, I see a car, but I also see them reporting a shooting here too. I don't know, Henry, if you tell me in a moment. Did I shoot at her when she was coming at they attack ICE with a car attempting to run over? And I hope in that situation they open fire. That may be what it's like because there's a lot of people in the streets of Minneapolis there looking at this. But it seems pretty clear from the footage that there was a group. The perpetrator who attacked is deceased. Here we go. Now, I don't know if ICE, maybe in some of these instances, maybe there was a fatality in other instances, but this is pretty high profile. Fox reporting that the attacker is deceased, the woman who tried to run them over with her vehicle. Now, you're going to hear the usual thing, well, couldn't you just move aside? This state, Walls, and to think about it, this moron was chosen by another moron who could have been president. Just think of the calculation to think that Walls is the person that was going to win over men. Remember that? Remember the whole military thing? We had one of the guys that served during that period of time with him, what he was like in the National Guard, the great defensive football coach. Oh, my God. but this entire state is just dedicated to doing whatever they want, be it fraud or situations like this. So we're on it. We'll see where this leads. But, and again, I don't know that people are going to erupt because of this shooting in Minnesota, but it's not good for ICE to have to worry about stuff like this. All right, we're going to talk with Congressman Scott Perry, and he'll tell me what he thinks is happening here. Do Republicans have a health care plan they're going to be unveiling soon, like this coming week, I think, is when they're supposed to do that. And I know his opponent in central Pennsylvania is going after him on the January 6th stuff and also affordability. Well, we'll ask him about ICE, though, and this as it continues. Get in on the side, though. It's an all-timer. This day in history, biggest snowfall. Something funny or major that happened over the last 30 years in the Philadelphia area. 855-839-1210.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Kale & Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, one of our favorites, and he is a target of the Democrats. It seems like every second of the last 4 to 6 years. Congressman Scott Perry from Central Pennsylvania is with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Congressman, it's the last day that Larry David says we can say Happy New Year. Well, he says you can't say it today, but I'm going to say it twice in your honor.
Why can't we say Happy New Year after today?
Because Larry David says, and my producer too, you may want to have a word with him. He thinks it's old hat by this point. I just think it's a nice, pleasant thing, right?
It is a nice, pleasant thing. I thought it might have something to do with the Democrats celebrating their favorite holiday yesterday. So, but that's another story.
Do you come under particular fire on the January 6th? With it? It's more of a holy day of obligation for them than anything,
Well, I do, because they have concocted this completely false narrative and then got themselves to believe it. So even though I and many others had absolutely nothing to do with the events on January 6th, that doesn't stop them from accusing me and others of all kinds of nefarious activities, which are completely unfounded. And probably if you ask them what it is that they accuse me of, they probably couldn't enumerate one thing. And, of course, they can't, because there isn't one thing. But that doesn't stop them.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. Wanted to, before we get to Venezuela and all that, I wanted to talk about the difficulty now over next week. I guess you guys are going to roll out something on health care. And we certainly don't want to be put into a box and go back to Obamacare in any way, shape, or form. But what are your thoughts? The president talking in broad terms, which is fine. I think we need something for the midterms. What does Scott Perry want to do on health care?
Well, I think what we need to do is just, first of all, acknowledge that the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, whatever you want to call it, was a fraud, just like we said it was back when it was put into law, 15 years ago, and that it is a complete and utter failure, and it is in collapse, which is why the Democrats seek to have the taxpayers just continue to prop it up. But we also need to acknowledge that people can't afford health care, and it's because of Obamacare, right? They can't afford it, and the fact that they can't afford it is legitimate. And we also have to acknowledge that people don't really care about who's to blame, or, when they can't pay their bills, that's what they're concerned about. And that's righteous. That's a rightful concern. And so what I think we need to do is understand that politically Obamacare is not going to go away, because the Democrats just simply won't allow that. They won't help us. But what we can do, with or without them, is provide an affordable alternative that is market-based. And so, we can put I can put specifics to that. What does that mean? That means that associations, let's say the company of Amazon wants to create their own health plan to compete with Obamacare and lower costs, then they should be allowed to do that. Physicians should be allowed to own hospitals. What it means is that we should provide tax relief and tax incentives for people that spend money on the healthcare. So whatever you spend on healthcare should be tax exempt. So those are the things that we can do to make a competitive marketplace, and then allow that to compete with Obamacare. And what we should be able to say is, look, if you like your Obamacare, you can keep your Obamacare, right? I mean, we should be able to use that. But I will tell you, if we create an alternative that is viable and free market-based and market-based, that people will leave Obamacare, because it is unaffordable. We should have catastrophic short-term and long-term health plans for people that want to have some peace of mind but don't want to, if you're an 85-year-old woman, do you want to have to pay for some 35-year-old man's Viagra? I suspect you don't, and you shouldn't have to. And so that's getting government out of it, and that's providing what people actually want to have. So we need to make that competitive. And then once we have that, we can address this subsidy issue with the insurance companies, which, by the way, as the president said, whose profits have soared 1,700% since Obamacare was enacted. And everybody needs to realize Obamacare was not about health care. Obamacare was about forcing you to buy insurance, and that's why it was supported by the insurance industry, and that's why it's still supported by the insurance industry, because they have become fabulously wealthy.
Exactly.
So we need to acknowledge that, and then we can begin to repair that at the same time, but we have to provide an alternative first.
Well, that is very specific, and it might say a brilliant answer. Is that doable, though? And you know the caucus. You headed the Freedom Caucus. Is that the problem? Republicans can't get on board with something that we can get over the finish line before the midterms here.
No, I don't think that is the problem. I think the problem is going to be we just have to recognize and acknowledge that it's likely going to have to be done under reconciliation, because we will get no support in the Senate from Democrats. And we need 60. This is what we need to happen. We either need 60, which means Democrats have to vote for it, which they won't, or we need to force them to go through the filibuster process, not getting rid of the filibuster, but to literally stand there and filibuster while we have 51 Republicans on the Senate floor, which is a task in and of itself. Or we need to go through reconciliation and do it ourselves without Democrats. And that's what we have to – look, Republicans just have to acknowledge and get right with that's where we are, and then get to work based on that. But the first thing is acceptance of the situation you're in, and that's the situation we're in.
I agree with you. And, again, it gets to affordability. And apparently we hear, and there's signs of it, that President Trump is listening to his advisors, all the stuff that's going to kick in, big, beautiful bill, and I believe that. The timelines with the midterms concern me a little bit, how quickly. But you just did it. You said it's righteous. It's legit. We have to acknowledge that people, because of the Biden inflation and a bunch of other things, it's slow to turn it around. We have to acknowledge that they're legitimately having some affordability issues.
Look, people can't afford health care. These premiums are outrageous. Like, it's not partisan to say that. It's literally the case. And people will say, well, I don't care what caused it. And they're not wrong to say that. Like, Washington broke it. The Democrats own this. Not one Republican ever voted for any part of Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act. It doesn't stop us from acknowledging it. And it also is kind of our duty to fix it. But we don't have to fix it by saying we're going to do more Obamacare. That's just going to make things worse.
Exactly.
So it's okay to acknowledge it, but let's get to fixing it now.
We're talking with Congressman Scott Perry here on Talk Radio 1210. Congressman, we see playing out already today. I'm not sure if you know Brandon Gill. I had him on once, and I really think he's a sharp guy. Just tearing apart these Democrat witnesses on Somali fraud in Minnesota fraud in general. He said that how many are on welfare? What percentage? 81%. Okay, they're new to the country. After 10 years, 78% are still on welfare. I'm sure your constituents are saying, we elected Republicans and we expect accountability, meaning indictments of some people on this.
Well, I do know Brandon, and he's a great member. And look, this isn't racist. This isn't xenophobic. These are just facts. And the facts is that immigration, whatever the policy is, should be good for and supportive of America and Americans. And we all want to help people in need. But at some point, they're abusing and taking advantage of us. And certainly this fraud ring, regardless of whether they're Somali or whether they're anybody, needs to be addressed. And my question for the legislators generally was this a crime of commission on the behalf of Governor Walz, or was it a crime of omission? Because they told us in the panel that they informed the governor, and he not only turned a blind eye, but went after the people that informed him. Now, that might not be a crime of commission, but it certainly could be considered a crime of omission. Whatever it is, there needs to be accountability. The American people are desperate for somebody to be held accountable for stealing their money.
Absolutely. Now, in your current race this time around, and again, for some reason, you get the juices flowing. You're in the top 5 of who they want to go after. Is there another issue? Is your opponent at least living in the district this time?
Well, my opponent claims that she is. We don't really know that for sure. But I have multiple opponents, and I would just say this. It seems like my opponents don't really take a position themselves on anything, but they all are happy to criticize me on an hourly and daily basis. What I think my constituents, my bosses, and quite honestly, all Americans want to know is, what are you for? We know that they don't like the president. They don't like me. I get it. It's politics. They're Democrats. I'm a Republican. Okay. But what are you actually for? Of course, they want to go, they want to go unnoticed and say that and never say anything about what they're for. But we do know this. My opponents opposed the bill that we passed this summer under reconciliation. All Democrats were happy to hike everybody's taxes 20 to 40%. My opponents are for that. They're against you keeping more of your tip money. They're against you keeping more of your Social Security money. They're against you keeping more of your overtime money. And, of course, they're for you spending more money on electricity as it relates to fraudulent green energy programs and other fraudulent programs. Now, I have to say that because they won't, and, of course, the press won't report that. But their statements, because they were against the bill that I voted for, you can allude that those are the things that they support. And most Americans, whether you're in the 10th District of Pennsylvania or anywhere else in the country, don't agree with us raising their taxes or taking more money from them. They think the government's too big and we get enough money. We just need to spend it more wisely.
We're hearing from the Trump administration, Congressman, they're going to look at California next. I mean, this was just one 23-year-old kid who has a little bit of a flair and social media that exposed. In Ohio now, Massachusetts, Maine, we're seeing this. But, boy, how about Pennsylvania? What are your thoughts on that? I think this is one of the states we ought to be examining daycare centers and the like. These seem to be questionable many times.
Well, whether it's California, Minnesota, or Pennsylvania, look, we have a duty as representatives to ensure that, that the taxpayers' dollars are spent with fidelity, and we know that fraud is rife in almost all government programs. I do find it curious and interesting that since Governor Shapiro has been sworn in, that no one has checked the validation of the daycare facilities that have been certified in Pennsylvania. And, of course, we're talking about massive daycare fraud in Minnesota, but I'm sure it occurs in all other states. And quite honestly, what happens is the federal government writes the check, and then it's up to the governors to administer these programs under Medicaid or Health and Human Services or what have you. And if they're not interested in rooting out fraud because they use these programs to buy votes for themselves, then you're going to have fraud. So it's really incumbent upon the governors. But, of course, we have to call them out when they're not interested in seeking the truth on these things and making sure that everybody is above board. Unfortunately, there are people in our society that are going to do the wrong thing. And if you're never going to look for them, you're not going to find them. And it requires constant vigilance.
Absolutely. Congressman, as always, thank you. Where do we go to help out, volunteer, let people know? Everybody listening probably knows one person in your district to make them aware of how big this battle is.
Yeah, you can go to Patriots for Perry on all the different social media locations to find my campaign, and you can find me officially at Rep. Scott Perry. Thank you very much, and God bless you and your audience.
Thank you, Congressman. Congressman Scott Perry here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, what about Pennsylvania? Heard what he said? We haven't looked since he's been put into office at daycare validation. Just one guy, Nick Shirley, has set this aflame. All right, Henry, we may go to that if you think it's worthy. You can keep your eye on it. There's going to be an update after the ICE-involved shooting in Minnesota, allegedly. There was quite a group of people gone after ICE people. One woman tried to run them over, and she was shot, at least according to Fox, and she's deceased. That's what happened. So again, you see what happens. We're egging on. How dare you come into Minnesota? How dare you look at what's going on here? And it's all good what Homan is doing, what Bondi's doing, somewhat what Kash Patel's doing. But the bottom line is pretty simple. There's got to be indictments here at some point in time. They have to develop the evidence to indict. That's what we voted for. This is a prime example. And coming up, you may not have heard it. I played it at the top of the show. I was just talking with a congressman about Congressman Brandon Gill. It's pretty intense. There's a Democrat there who was there as an expert witness that doesn't know anything, and Gill, will play it after the break, takes him through some of the statistics involving emigres from Somalia. And, the excuse they always give is, well, it's tough. And I understand that. You're here for a year, getting your footing, language, culture. Maybe you rely on social services. Wait until you hear what he drops in the middle of it. And they start arguing over native born. The Democrat witness doesn't like the native part of it. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that we need you to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time. Yeah. It's too long. Too long of a vacation.
Never too long.
7 days is too
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group, nationally recognized, neighborhood trusted.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Police in Washington Township, Gloucester County are looking for a man who burglarized a home and then tried to break into 2 others. Council members in Pemberton Township, Burlington County will select a new mayor to replace the one who resigned amid allegations of sexual harassment. And the FDA is ordering a store on South Street to stop selling breast binders.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, come. Oh, wait. Oh. All right, Larry David, Curmudgeon Day today. That's Scott Perry was like, whoa, what? Why can't you say Happy New Year? Is that a bunch of Democrats? I don't understand with saying it. Larry David, Curmudgeon gets fodder out of it. I just think it's a nice thing to have in your arsenal of things to say other than go birds or it's cold outside or maybe it's cold outside. All right, there is some footage, youtube.com/1210WPHT, of the situation with the alleged ICE shooting and alleged trying to move a car toward them. And again, it's, I don't know if there's any news organization that has this. This seems to be one of the people on the scene that was protesting, I guess. I guess with a camera phone. Henry, is that what you think as we're rolling this? Or no? All right. So, again, this footage is a little bit less direct than what we were told with all the ramming, et cetera. So this is going to make this even a bigger deal, what's happened. And to my knowledge, this is the first big situation where we've seen what was predicted, that you're going to have people going after ICE. Or at least you're going to have a situation where everybody's nervous and anything can happen. Let me put it to you that way. So we will continue to monitor this as more becomes available. But this happening, there's going to be an update on this. We might dip into it. Again, the hostility in Minnesota, you know, they're pretty much for a place that prides itself. And I've done Minnesota radio. I've told you that before. On civility. And, oh, it's so nice in Minnesota. There is a lot of hostility here. There's a lot of corruption going on in this state. And the attitude seems to be, you're not going to come in here and tell us we'll do what we want. Until Nick Shirley struck. And who knew, right there in public view, were obvious fraudulent enterprises. And already, I think over 50 people have been either indicted or convicted, more on the way. But the bottom line is Walz. Walz has to be driven out of office. He thinks he's cut his losses. You have it up now? Okay. Here is youtube.com/1210WPHT. Here's a look at one bit of footage of what happened here with the ICE agents.
Get the out of our neighborhood.
What the f? Dude, what the f?
All right, Henry, I think we got this thing. I know it's a lot of
There was a lot. It's hard to hear.
Yeah, as long as we hit all of them there. Yeah. So we'll see if there's better footage. That's the initial footage that we have here around this. And, you know, my rule is in the gray areas, I'm going to go with the police. We'll see if this is a gray area or not. But you heard in the beginning, get out of our neighborhood. You know, this attitude with ICE. This attitude, you're not going to come in here and enforce the law. This attitude that we hear, why are you wearing masks? Because these people will dox you, go after your wife, your kids, and everything else. That's why they're wearing masks. What will ICE do? I think Homan will surge even more people in there now. And this is just all inflaming what already has had people afire. The corruption there, the $9 billion. Walz. Here is the daughter who really, for a political kid, is a piece of work. This is cut 12. Hope Walz, who sees herself as an activist and I think a bit of a journalist. She's doing an interview, and she's directing these comments to Nick Shirley, the kid who exposed all this. Here's the daughter of Walz telling Nick Shirley why he's wrong.
People engage with that.
It feels more trustworthy than the news to a lot of people.
It does, and I can't quite, I have my own problems with, the media and, all of that. Sure. And that's, I said in a video this morning, now I can kind of be let loose, and, I definitely want to have some of those conversations going forward.
Yeah.
But I do, I definitely think people see somebody, and they're like, oh, this person's, I see myself in them, and so I'm going to believe them. And that is what people definitely see in me. I think then that's like an ethical thing on his end. Like, you know, you can't just go and do this to people. I don't know.
Yeah, but
In communities.
But I watch it. I haven't watched the whole video like you. I've watched a lot of clips on there because he's posting a lot of them. But the style of it, I watch it. I'm like, oh no, like this is my style. This is what I do. And like here I am, like feeling like what I'm doing is a good thing, but then it can be used. So easily. To
and there's
really
no like
terrible
checks
harm.
and balances on you know, content, or not many, and just social media in general.
All right, let's unpack all this. So one of these bro podcasters on the left here, oh, he's doing what I do. Yeah, but you see, he's on the other side, so that's not right. Where are the checks and balances? They're not addressing what is obvious here. We're back to square one here, that Nick Shirley has exposed, if not in each and every case, just the motherload of corruption, fraud, these phony autism clinics. Every one of these parents, every one of these people, I don't care how long it takes, they got to go to jail. They at least have to be indicted. If the system won't do it in Minnesota, well, you did your job, then we'll have to take a look at the system. And now we have this ICE-involved shooting with the person involved is deceased, was killed, we believe, by ICE in this confrontation, okay? This is going to really roil things based upon the footage we put up on YouTube that you were able to take a look at. Hey, in the heat of all this, I forgot one thing. I mentioned what's happening with the halftime show in the NFL. Well, what's happening is you are seeing an all-out effort by a lot of people in the media to prop up, this is going to be fabulous with Bad Bunny. People joking. They have 5 weeks to learn Spanish, Ana Navarro last night, because it's all going to be in Spanish. And it's going to be interesting. People that are not paying attention like you are, you listen to this show, are people going to go, what the hell is this? What's going on here with this? Why is the American sport and the entertainment at halftime one of the big events? Why is all this in Spanish? Well, I'm told that there is going to be a Christian alternative is where this has landed, but I don't, it's up in the air what the vehicle, what the platform will be. Now, if they're going to do it, and we're going to talk with hopefully Jack Posobiec in the near future about it, if they're going to do it, they have to do this right, because if it flops, then there will be even more of this going on. This is pretty intense, the footage that ICE has here, that Fox has of ICE. And you can say, well, you know, these people are only throwing snowballs at them and the like, but they are trying to prevent them from whatever they were doing there in that neighborhood where they believe people are here illegally. It's a little bit unclear, but there's a good bit of people out in the cold around this. And there's a lot of chaos. The headline on Fox video shows chaos after ICE-involved shooting. So this story, given Minnesota, given the corruption, given where we are, and given that the woman is dead, is going to be Zapruder filmed. And the only footage we have so far, I think, is somebody on the scene, not the news media, right, Henry? That's your sense.
No, this is
camera
it's personal footage.
Yeah, personal footage. Okay. So we'll see if there are more elements of that or not. But these people definitely have in their head they're going to drive ICE out of the neighborhood. They're not going to let them enforce the law there, and that's where this is going to stand. I'm just watching some of this with the crowd. You got to lock more of these people up. This isn't protest. This is getting in their way. This is confrontation here, albeit they're not mauling them or anything. But this is not legal behavior when they're there to do what, as I said, apparently they're looking for people that are here illegally. Let's go to 855-839-1210. So our side question today is simply 30 years ago on this day, We had the biggest snowfall. We played just some 31 inches here in Philadelphia. Major Philadelphia story. Unbelievable story. Something that happened since that, 1996, 30 years ago, that's either funny, seemingly did it happen or not happen in Philadelphia, or just a major story. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Happy New Year, Dom.
Happy New Year.
Couple things. One, I remember driving through the snow of 96. It wasn't supposed to be that big. I drove out to State College. I was in college at the time.
Okay.
And normally it would take me 5 hours to get out there. It took me 8 hours to get out there.
Yeah.
Because it just gotten so bad during the time. I remember when I got into Harrisburg, and you go and you see along the guardrails where all the people, they spun out and their bumpers hit the guardrail and they pulled out. It was like ripping legs off a grasshopper. All the bumpers were stuck in the guardrail as you drove by.
Wow. Yeah.
But I also find it amazing that we just celebrated January 6th, where a bunch of Antifa people dressed as Trump supporters went and beat up the Capitol Police, and that was the worst thing since the Civil War. But now we have people attacking ICE agents who are also law enforcement, and they're being encouraged to do it.
Well, yeah, that's what's playing out here. And we're going to see with this shooting here, a lot depends on the footage, and I don't have definitive footage yet. There's going to be a lot on this. What's your side today, Earl?
My side today is from October 2005. City Councilman Rick Mariano was under investigation for fraud and that sort of thing, and embezzlement and all sorts. He was just under investigation for things. So one day, a member of the City Hall maintenance crew is going around the City Hall building, and he's up on the tower on the observation deck, 500 feet above the city, and Councilman Mariano is just sitting there on the ledge. And it's like, well, what are you doing? It's like, I'm just having a look. I might jump. He was up there on the ledge. Everyone thought he was going to kill himself. Mayor Good, Police Commissioner Sylvester, Bob Brady, they all came in and took him hours to go and try and talk him down off the ledge. And he claimed, I was just kidding. I had no intention of trying to kill myself. Although he sat up there for 3 hours with his phone off, out of contact with everybody. And then when he turned on his phone, there were 45 missed calls when he finally turned his phone back on.
Thank you, Earl. Yeah, I know Ricky very well. He may even be listening today. We talk occasionally. And, that was looking down over the city, quite a moment. All right, that's what we're looking for. A regional moment. Philadelphia, the entire region is up for grabs for you. 855-839-1210. And I'm watching from Freedom TV, which is not, mainstream media, but I think that's Andy doing it. And we see at least the prelim to the shooting here getting pretty intense with ICE pepper spraying or macing groups of people. And it looks to me like a lot of people filming a lot of stuff on both sides prior to the incident with the woman being shot. But this is the first major incident where we have a fatality. And it's going to be a test. People are all on board. There is no doubt, in my mind, high numbers of getting people here that have committed a crime in the country or another country, getting them out. I still believe that the immigration issue, due to what we're talking about in Somalia, not only has enhanced what Trump ran on, even though many of them are here legally, protected status and all that, but even legal immigration is under fire. And you heard Scott Perry, who was on here, make the point. We want people that want to come to America because they love America, not ingrates like Ilhan Omar, who was rescued from a refugee camp, comes here, is elected to Congress, and is constantly on the attack, never giving a gray area to America. I mean, there are times where America's wrong, American administration or whatever. We get that. But it's this daily drumbeat to leave the gang, the mob, the squad, that constantly are telling us, no, fundamentally, this country is wrong. And yet they got safe harbor here. So this is a huge, huge story developing. 855-839-1210, though, will get you in on the side question and everything else. Hey, are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years, using high-quality, research-backed ingredients your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating you with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements. Use that code NEWYEAR40, NEWYEAR40. Try their popular Rescue Omega-3 for heart and brain health, Probiotic for better digestion, Oracine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40. Now's the time to take a smart step toward feeling your best. 40% off any 4 bottles of premium Rescue supplements at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40 at checkout. Don't wait. Make this the year you prioritize your wellness, and do it with Rescue.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLING to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows Free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now. Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy holiday savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, as if it's not bad enough with the ICE situation, with the now you have the mayor going after them, with the corruption with the Somalis. And we're letting open this footage. Shall be played for you on YouTube. You make a judgment of how that looks with the alleged ramming or not. But guess who's involved now? Our old buddies way back when. And I used to have on, I don't even know who is in charge in Philadelphia now, the Council on American Islamic Relations. CARE, our buddies CARE. They just released ICE literally shot an innocent person. They murdered her. God has chosen us to carry the burden of the nation's fight against President Trump's authoritarianism. Just think of this group, the Council on American Islamic Relations. What is it? 25 years we've seen this play out with them, this group here in the Philadelphia area and around the country. They're one of the major factors here today in this ICE-involved situation shooting. They say that the woman who allegedly tried to run over federal agents is a hero. Okay? Just think of how all the players are coming together here. How are these people out of work out there preventing ICE in this neighborhood from trying to pick up people that were to be deported? You know, so we'll see what the ruling is on the shooting, but I'm watching an ICE vehicle and a guy standing in front of it refusing to move as if he's in Tiananmen Square. There was a lot going on here, and I didn't know that CARE was one of the principals. I mean, the whole gang is here. If that's a new term to you, they haven't been as prominent, but they are every bit as much. You know, and guys like Josh Shapiro are suspicious with groups like this. They treat them as if they're mainstream. They're not. Can you go into Fox here, Henry? Can you play into this? It's the mayor of Minneapolis, and I'm sure he's gone after, the injustices and all that.
That these ICE agents are trying to create, and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want. Finally, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy, and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
Okay, that's the mayor. Now, part of me feels for some of these cops, like this guy getting up now, and part of me realizes that they've risen to this level because they're betraying what their oath of office is. Now, the mayor wasn't too bad there, but he didn't speak to, at least we dipped in, don't know what he said about it, about how this battle was going on with ICE prior to the shooting. Meaning they physically trying to prevent them from doing what they were doing there. I don't know if they arrested anyone or not, that they thought was here illegally. Why this neighborhood? Unclear. It's in a residential neighborhood where it happened. But this is big, and you can see every player in the world is involved here, even CARE, because of all the backdrop of the hearing today. Let me play you so I don't forget, because we have Senator McCormick coming up at 2 o'clock. Here is Brandon Gill. We led off the show with this today. The congressman from, is it Tennessee? I'm a little unclear. Doesn't matter. Here's
Texas.
Gill. Oh, Texas. Okay. Here's Gill with the Democrat witness about the corruption, particularly among Somalis in Minnesota, going through some of the numbers. Listen to when he talks about, all right, what's the welfare rate? 81% of those who are Somali American. Those here, 10 years. You would think after 10 years they'd be off welfare. Listen to this exchange.
Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well, to be clear, a majority of the...
It's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir, could I answer the question?
Let me move on. We've got a lot of questions here. What percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on Medicaid?
I don't know.
It's 73%. Do you know what that number is for Minnesota native households?
Again, you're using the phrase Minnesota native households, but the majority...
The number is 18%. That's quite an astounding difference. I think we would agree.
Can I answer the question, please?
Let me ask you one more, and then we can go on to that. What percentage of Somali-headed households are on welfare in general?
I don't know.
It's 81%. What about, let me just ask you, after 10 years of being in the United States, what percentage of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare?
I don't know.
The number is 78%. So even after 10 years, 78% of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Again, you're using
non-Somali immigrant-headed households.
If I can just answer the question, when you're using the phrase native Minnesotans, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are...
All right, here we go again with they're here legally and all that. After 10 years, though, that's even worse then. After 10 years, it's still 78%. Look, we give them grace for 6 months to a year, getting their feet and all that stuff. 10 years, though, still 78%. That's astounding. Up and down the line with this. And I'm not sure of the ICE part of how many are here illegally, but now this is blown up into something. Whenever there's a situation like this is going to be Zapruder film up and down the line. All right, we'll take more of your calls. Senator Dave McCormick will be with us around 2 o'clock to break down a couple things that are happening on his watch here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal. Yes, what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we'll be calling home for 10 days next spring. So if you've loved our events in Italy, oh my goodness, what a treat in store for you, designed just for us, for our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort, along with 4-star accommodations. $57.38, yes. That includes your airfare from Philadelphia. I want you to call now, 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. And Portugal isn't just a playground of the world's jet set. We'll learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in a passionate way. We'll learn why together. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. So we're now in the course of examining this shooting. Still massive numbers of people gathered in Minnesota where ICE was trying to enforce the law. And we'll see how this plays out. A lot of agitator activists on the scene, including CARE, people like that. All right, we have Dave McCormick in the On Deck Circle, the senator, with a lot of inside stuff to talk about. Got the side question going, though. Let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Dom, you only hope there's better footage available to be seen. But, you know, someone should ask the mayor to ask the chief of police there that if somebody was driving a car head on at him, what would his recourse have been?
Yeah, and again, you and I are both pro-cop. That's a given. But guys like this who advance in these phony police departments, they are shameless in that you know, in a gray area, et cetera, they don't support their fellow officers. So we'll see. Was this over the line here? There was a lot going on there with ICE prior to it. Did they overreact because of the chaos of the situation? We'll see about this once hopefully there's better footage.
But, you know, that left side of the aisle has conditioned their people to understand, know, and believe that ICE is not a recognized police force.
Exactly.
And that's how they get away with this. This is going to become the next George Floyd, and I'm sorry to say that. You know, we could see people in the Capitol. We could see the left side in the Capitol building taking a knee for the new martyr. So I hope there is more revealing footage available as to hopefully this lady using, and sorry to say, her vehicle as a weapon. You can only hope for that.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a lot of people on the scene there. I think you're going to see a little bit better footage. But, so far, Joe, it's remarkable, isn't it, with the thousands and thousands of operations. There's not really been an incident that has risen to this level with ICE until now.
Yeah, and it's been manufactured as such.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is all out. And again, I think Homan has to send more people in, and we're calling for even more indictments of this entire fraudulent system in Minnesota, just making up their own laws as they go along.
Well, and we don't have to look any further back as to Tim Walz's lame excuse that he starts blaming Trump without explaining where things went wrong there with the, right. The fraud.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, how much longer can that go on? It's ridiculous. Well, let me tell you about Trump. No, we want to hear about you.
And taking no questions after he said he wouldn't run again. Yeah.
Right. Tom, my side answer, and I told Kirk I needed help on this, but I did some research because it was really surreal at the time. And it goes back beyond the 20 or 30 years, but I remember this like it was yesterday. It was a lead-in to the Phillies World Series in 1983, where I thought it was a 95 fire at the time, but it was the Schuylkill Expressway tanker fire that it was just prior. People couldn't get into the World Series, where gasoline was spread on cars behind the tanker truck. It was coming out of sewer pipes, and people were incinerated. And they had the aerial view of it going on, bouncing back and forth between the pregame of the Phillies World Series and this horrible incident on the Schuylkill Expressway.
That's always good stuff, Joe. Thank you. I know you know the World Series. I think you talked about the earthquake one time. Let me take one more on this ice thing. Mark in Philly. Mark, good afternoon.
Yeah, are you giving perhaps the benefit of the doubt if this could be a mistake by ICE, or you won't even go there, will you?
I am saying that it's a gray area at this point. I'm not saying that this is based upon the footage that we have. No, I'm not saying that this is completely.
Do you think Kristi Noem, whoever that was, to call something domestic terrorism already without investigation is a correct thing?
Yes, because what we've
I
seen.
I kind of knew you would say that. In fact, I had it written down.
Well,
do you think everything the Trump administration does is correct?
Well, wait a minute, Mark. Excuse me. Okay, wait a minute, Mark. No, I answered.
Okay.
I answered you about the shooting. Did you see the footage of what was going on here, preventing ICE from doing what their job is, what their constitutional right to do is?
To arrest American citizens?
To arrest people that are here.
Shoot American
wait a minute, Mark.
You think that's their job?
To arrest people that are here illegally, or at least detain them.
But do you realize the Somali people, those numbers you were given earlier, were incorrect? Do you know how many Somalis were arrested? You know how many Somalis there are in Minnesota in that area?
About 80,000.
Right. You know how many got arrested so far?
Arrested, well, about 50 or so out of the people have either been indicted or convicted.
It's around 80, which is less than 0.1%.
Well, excuse me, though. Excuse me, though, buddy. Would you like to condone, Mark?
To the priest,
Mark?
Would you talk about your racism?
Mark, did you hang up? You're
no,
there,
but
Mark.
You become a racist.
Mark, would you like to tell us that you think we shouldn't go after people faking autism and fake autism clinics?
Absolutely, we should if it's true, but we need to investigate it first.
Well, we already know that some have been convicted. Now we know how much more widespread it is. Mark, thank you very much. All right, coming up, we have Senator Dave McCormick, but we'll continue to keep our eye on what's happening here with now more and more people. It looks to me like the crowd's gotten even bigger at the incident, which was in a residential neighborhood. Now, again, how do these people know where ICE is going to be, et cetera? Well, this is what they do. And when you surround ICE in this manner, what I want to know of that fraudulent cop that's there with the mayor is, do you back up ICE? I just saw today in the Bucks County paper, headline, the new sheriff there is finally, within a week or so, he said, going to be out of the controversial program of Fred Herron. Does ICE not deserve police backup to do their job in a situation like this? In other words, I don't think they gave them any backup. And when you don't have backup and you have a crowd like this, anything can happen. So if the police, the sanctuary city stuff here, do not want to aid and abet ICE in taking some people off the streets who are here both illegally and criminals, don't they have a duty to back up their their fellow officers? And this guy that was brought up O'Hara by the mayor as a police commissioner, he betrays that. So we don't know yet how this will be viewed ultimately. George Floyd summer, something like that. Will there be corresponding material or better footage? But we'll continue. Dave McCormick, your calls, Dom's Money Melody, all straight ahead.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve, visiting from out west, wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book horizonservices.com today.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
All right, it is Dom time. We got a great side question going on. We have Dom's Money Melody for a spectacular prize coming up. And we have this ongoing situation that we've been monitoring with a woman shot to death by ICE in this incident happening in Minnesota in a residential neighborhood. And the crowd has gotten much bigger since I first started watching it earlier today on Fox. And again, I did not see, it looked to me to be almost completely ICE agents there, as opposed to ICE's job is whatever they're doing around illegals in one way or another. And then you would think, and this is what Fred Herron was trying to do, maybe at 2:30 if Fred is free for a minute or two, Henry, this would be a good day to get him on to explain this. And Bucks County, is Bucks County safer because you kicked Fred Herron out and you got rid of a program that all it did, and he'll lay it out in detail again in Bucks County, all it did was aid and abet this to be safe for everyone. But if you have ICE out there, I don't know, it looked like about a dozen of them, maybe 18 of them, it's a little hard to tell from the footage, and they get surrounded in this situation. And then you have this incident with the car. Well, sadly, you're going to have more of this. Now, that doesn't mean the shooting will be adjudged to be correct ultimately. But what it means is the shameful police commissioner I just saw, these cops that advance in these blue sanctuary cities are not doing their job. They're not aiding and abetting their fellow officers. So a lot of them just say, no, we're not even going, we're going to let ICE fend for themselves. Now, you know what happens there? You can easily have more of these shootings, is what I'm saying, as opposed to the police disperse these people. They were not protesting. They were interfering in an ICE operation. That's a big difference. But it was chaotic. There's nothing, there's no line, there's nothing going on there. All right, so I'm coming to your calls, but first, we haven't spoken in a while to Senator Dave McCormick. A lot developing. This guy's a powerhouse. He is in the center of the political universe about what's going to happen next, particularly around all these big Trump initiatives. Let's bring in Senator Dave McCormick. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. How are you, friend?
Very well. Thank you, too. Before we talk about Venezuela and all that stuff, nice piece by Selena Zito talking about your end-of-the-year report. You called it something else, kind of like a stockholders thing. And you were a busy guy. I like when we hear representatives put down actual facts and statistics. I think you made 185 stops or so, even though the session for the Senate was about 197. So what can you tell us about that?
Well, for years, first of all, happy New Year. For years, I was a CEO of a public company and then a private company. And every quarter, and certainly every year, you had to take stock. What did you promise? What did you deliver? What went well? What didn't go so well? And what do you need to? What are you going to do for the future? And so, I thought I'd try to bring that same sort of accountability and transparency to the Senate, which is not common. And the big picture was we made a bunch of campaign promises. I had given my top 10, and there's a lot of good progress on many of those, whether it's closing the border or stopping the flow of fentanyl or making working families, putting them on a better path with no tax on tips or child care tax credit, things like that. There was a big set of transformation goals that I had laid out, particularly around energy innovation and AI, and the big energy and innovation summit we did, and the $90 billion of investment was a really critical step towards achieving that goal. And then I talked about the things that didn't go so well, which in the early days of taking the Senate office, we were trying to build a team, and we weren't as responsive as I wish we could have been. We've gotten our metrics down to now where we respond to every constituent within 2 weeks. But in the early days, it was tough to get that done. And there's a couple things that I would have done differently looking back. So big picture, I felt like it was a good year. We learned a lot, and as I've said to you many times, I feel like it's a real privilege to be able to represent Pennsylvania, and this was my opportunity to report back to the people that put me there.
Well, one of the big things that we shared together, and thank you, you came on my podcast devoted to this as one of the solutions, and that is the big, beautiful bill. And now we hit the ground with all that money. No money's free, but it's free that the public schools would be helped by it rather than hindered. What's your sense of the politics of this in 2026? Governor Polis, who is a Democrat, I wouldn't quite call him a progressive in Colorado. He is on some things. He has signed off on it, saying he would harm his constituents if he didn't. Governor Shapiro has the ball right there. All he has to say is yes, and we're rolling.
Yeah, well, I hope he does. This was a huge step forward. It's the first federal program, and I co-sponsored this legislation to allow philanthropic dollars to be tax exempt and be dedicated to school choice, $1,700 per person, which is a huge thing. And it's just what you said, Dom. If we don't opt into it, what that means is that students in Pennsylvania won't get this money that'll be donated by Pennsylvanians and people across the country. And the great thing about this is it doesn't take a single dollar away from the public schools. It doesn't. This is all additional. And, I wrote an op-ed, a month or so ago in the Philadelphia Inquirer, which I was pleased and appreciated the fact that they were willing to publish it, that made this case. And the governor needs to opt in to have this opportunity. And, listen, I know his politics are tough. The teachers' unions are going to be opposed to this, but this is a no-brainer for the kids of Pennsylvania. And this is a real opportunity for him to show, the strength to do something that's going to be great for Pennsylvanians. And so I'm hopeful that he'll come to that conclusion. I've been told by him and his team that he's considering it, and I hope he comes around.
You probably have a sense of this. My nugget of the year, though, as several sources reporting, we're spending $1 trillion or close to $1 trillion K through 12 public schools in America. And I'd have to say, even where you are in Washington, you're a dollars and cents guys. When we start talking trillions, even senators, even some of the big spenders, that gets your attention. So certainly we're funding public schools enough, by and large, when it's $1 trillion.
No. But it's one thing to spend a lot of money and get good outcomes, but
right.
It's the worst of both worlds. We're spending an extraordinary amount of money and we're failing. Our public schools are absolutely failing us. There was just a recent study that came out which showed that we're something like 28th in the world, Dom, among developed countries. We spend much more. It's just like healthcare. We spend much more and get much less. Our kids aren't able to do basic math. They're not able to write. Our schools are failing. And so when I say to, my mom and dad are public school teachers, by the way, and I went to public schools, so I got nothing against public schools. What I'm against is failing. What I'm against is mediocrity. So the best way to make sure our public schools and all schools, charter schools, private schools, religious schools, the best way to make sure we get excellent education is to give choice to parents and children and to create competition. And this is fundamental. If you talk about, what Republicans, what conservatives believe in, we don't believe in equality of outcomes. We believe in equality of opportunity. The best thing we can do for every American to give them the best shot at the American dream is to give them a great education. And right now we're failing our kids, and it's going to put our country in an increasingly challenged spot in a world where, the pace of change is increasing every day.
So we're talking with Senator Dave McCormick. Senator, let's talk Venezuela, the biggest thing of the moment. First of all, you're a military guy at a very high level. You could have been one of those people paratrooping in with the Delta Force. It is stunning that they were able to accomplish this in a much harder mission, given this guy was in a military compound. And I guess the only remaining answer, at least now, that is a legitimate question, what do we do next? What's your sense? What does Dave McCormick thinks should be the path here? Is it trying to get to an election, say, in 6 months or so?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to just echo what you said. What a remarkable military operation. I mean, I came away from the Iran operation thinking, my God, our military is magnificent. And I think even more so after this incredible operation. And, the parallel here, I want to say just for a minute, Dom, is Panama. And I was in the 82nd Airborne when we deployed to Panama. I did not personally deploy to Panama, but part of my unit did. And this was a similar in the sense you had an indicted narco terrorist. You had a guy who had been indicted in American courts. 25,000 paratroopers and soldiers went into Panama. 10 days, 23 killed in action. Americans killed in action. We finally were able to get Noriega and bring him back to the U.S. for trial. And there was a Democratic majority in the House and the Senate, and they all stood up and said, George Bush 41 did the right thing. Now here we are. Donald Trump does the same thing, 30 plus years later, and there's all this, violating the Constitution, and there's no justification under war powers. It's complete political grandstanding, and this was an excellent mission, and the president had every right to do this to protect Americans and Pennsylvanians from the drug trade and to make sure that Iran, which is getting a lot of support from Venezuela, is not in our backyard. So let me start by that. The president said in his press conference, we're going to run Venezuela. And, listen, I think phase 2 is going to be harder than phase 1. And we should enter phase 2 with humility. And I think when the president says run, here's what I think he means, and I think he's got the right path, and this is what Secretary Rubio said. Number one, we got to stop Venezuela from being a transshipment hub. We got to change that. Drugs can't come through the cartels and through Venezuela. Number two, it can't be safe haven for Iran. It can't be a supporter of Cuba. It can't be a place that's giving refuge to China and Russia with Venezuelan oil. So it's gotta, it's in our backyard. It's got to be a place that's aligned with America. Three, we got to rebuild. They have to rebuild the oil industry. It went from 4 million barrels a day in 1975 to 600,000 barrels a day now. If that can come back online, that's going to be huge for the Venezuelan people, and it's going to be great for energy dominance. It's going to be great for the United States. It's going to be great for Venezuela. And fourth, we got to get to a democratically elected Venezuelan leadership that's going to lead Venezuela into the future. And that's a lot to get done. I think what America has right now is an enormous amount of leverage to try to help get the leaders in place that are going to be able to do that. And it's not going to be a straight shot, and we're not going to have Jeffersonian democracy overnight. But we now have a path for Venezuela that would have been impossible had the president not had the courage to intervene and get Maduro out of there, who was an illegal, non-democratic dictator.
You educated us on that because of your 82nd Airborne. I remember Noriega, but I didn't remember the number of Americans killed. So every time there was widespread approval of that, and I think, arguably, looking back on it, Noriega was a menace, but Maduro, for the reasons you just outlined, certainly was a more global player. Why would we not then go in, particularly given how much better technologically and support and everything else, I guess, the military has for this type of mission?
No doubt about it. And, it's one thing to go in and be able to take out Maduro. It's another thing to, go into phase 2 and rebuild. And, the president, he's talked about this time and again. I think the big lesson, if you're watching this, if you're another country watching this, I think there's 3 big lessons, which I think are really good for America. Number one, that this military we have is remarkable, and everybody in the world has now seen that. Number two, listen, if President Trump says he's going to do something, there's a decent chance he's going to do it. So there's not a lot of chest beating and threats that don't have the metal that he doesn't have the metal to back up. So I think that's important because you had Obama and Biden and lots of other people make lots of threats that they didn't carry through on, and a threat that you don't execute over time, becomes more of a problem than the actual threat itself. And I think the third thing is, be on notice. If you're killing American kids with drug trade, if you're doing things that go against America's interests, put Americans at risk, threaten America's national security, beware. And I think those are good messages. Those messages to me feel a lot like what it felt like to be a soldier in the 82nd and a West Pointer when Ronald Reagan was there. Listen, strength. This is America's strength. This is America's going to protect its interests, advance its interests. And I'm proud the president was willing to take this step. And I think we got to continue to advance America's interests around the world, but do so with humility and discretion.
Senator, thank you. Thanks for a great year and a great year. And thanks again for the kids and parents. You were one of the driving forces to give them choice. It's about their education, but it's also about giving these parents who might not be of means a choice like wealthier people have. Yes, sir. Thanks, Tom. Happy New Year. Look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you. Senator Dave McCormick here on Talk Radio 1210. Okay, now, Dom Giordano's show, we have more footage, and Henry, I just saw another one. We have from, we'll put it up on YouTube, coming up, YouTube, 1210, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. This red vehicle with the woman who was shot, this is blowing up already in Minnesota. And you may remember what happened in Minnesota before. Remember the governor's wife, Walz's wife, kept the windows open. She could smell the tires burning, these maniacs. And the one shot that I see here, and this has almost become a narrative of what happens at these things. Apparently, it's a U.S. citizen, a white woman, and what she was doing with this red vehicle that ultimately they shot at her, she was blocking an ICE vehicle from leaving the scene. I'm not sure if they had arrested anyone or not. I mean, blocking them. And when the officer goes over to the car, he's grabbing onto the door. She floors it to get out of there. Now, in my viewpoint here, and we'll show it on YouTube coming up in a moment. She is not, you can't argue that she was trying to run him over. But when you get into these vehicle situations with a cop prying at the door and you floor it, he's on ice, she's on ice, anything can happen. We're going to see the rules of engagement here as far as what happens. Oh, now the police look like they're moving in. Yeah, now they're sending the cops in this clown sanctuary city, and they're sending them in because they want to go after ICE. Now they're sending these cops in yellow uniforms, coming down there, the security scene and the rest of it. This state, this city has to be taken on big time. They weren't there in any way that I could tell to make it a less chaotic scene so that things like this could have been prevented. In other words, maybe if they were there, this woman would not have been able to block ICE. As far as the shooting itself, this is going to be Zapruder filmed. I now see at least 3 versions of it. One was a camera phone. The other is this Fox outlet, not Fox News, but local Fox putting it on. And again, in fairness, initially, she's not trying to run the cop over, but she floors it with the cop holding on. They're both on ice, the vehicle and the cop. Okay? So we're going to see rules of engagement. We're going to see the law on this. We're going to see this play out, but the mobs are already there. And seeing these cops being forced to be a cop coming in now to secure the scene to go after ICE, it's just ridiculous that this is America. Rather than being there, they could have prevented this mob from creating a scene where stuff can happen, and now we have someone deceased. That's my analysis at this point. We'll give you Dom's Money Melody in just a second. And again, Bucks County, close by here. What are the rules of engagement there with this new sheriff? What are the rules with the police in each town? All these places proud of it. Are the cops going to aid ICE in the sense of just keeping law and order? A mob cannot storm ICE. That's illegal. That's what was happening here. Now, whether or not this shooting's going to be justified, you'll be seeing it. We'll play it for you. Pretty good angle from the local Fox station. We'll play that coming up. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, we're playing today for a pair of movie passes to see the Sheepdog movie at AMC Neshaminy 24 Theaters in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Sheepdog is a must-see. One of the best films of the year in theaters, January 16th, rated R. Go to sheepdogthemovie.com for details. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, I got a doozy for you.
Okay.
How about that?
All right, here we go.
Yeah, this will be a good one. So today on the side question, we are asking for that all-time local news story around here, and famously, "Eye of the Tiger" is the only song about Philadelphia.
Okay,
that's a joke, obviously. But so I'm going to play you "Eye of the Tiger" here today, but of course it's going to be a cover version sung in a different language. I want to know the language in which it's being covered. Yeah, this is a bit of a doozy. I mean, I'm gonna give some good hints about it, but
okay.
Man, yeah, this I don't know how I stumbled upon this one. So something about this country, they're currently at civil war. You know, right. That's always a good sign when they're at civil war. And another big thing about them is their name. Their name was at the center of, I don't want to say controversy, but it was a topic of discussion on our beloved show, Seinfeld at one point.
Yeah, me too. Yes.
Yeah, a certain
Yes.
side character in the show went off and visited this country.
Yes.
So I'm going to play you a song, the cover version from that country. I want to either know the language or the country in which it hails from. All right, let's take a listen. This country had Civil War and is mentioned in Seinfeld.
Think of a Seinfeld. Think of Elaine. Might give you a little bit more of a hint. We're not saying who the side character is. Think of that, and that'll take you toward it. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. Coming up, too, we'll play you on YouTube the footage from this local Fox station there and see what you think. You can watch youtube.com/1210 WPHT. And we'll get your reaction. As I said, the way that I view it doesn't get fully to the heart of it. I'm zoning in on where were the cops to let ICE do their job. That's the story to me. And this is what happens when you have these sanctuary cities. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time. Yeah. It's too long. Too long of a vacation. Like
never too long.
7 days is too
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3222. 8229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's exactly right. Let's hear the clue, and we're looking for the language, the country, really. Let's hear the clue. Okay, let's go to Steve in Alabama. Steve, what's the country?
Hello, Dom. Is it Ethiopia?
No, it's not. Let's go to Joanne in Langhorne. Think Seinfeld. Joanne, what's the country?
Hi, Russia?
All right, let's give another clue because they had a lot of stuff. Take it off air if we have to.
I mean, should I just say the character that went there?
Yeah,
I mean,
yes.
Elaine had to go deep into the jungles of this country to find her boss, Jay Peterman.
There you go. Rob on the road on Talk Radio 1210.
Yeah.
Rob, what's the country?
Hey, I think it's Myanmar.
Yes, it is.
What's it
The whole
on?
Burma, and I still call it Burma, Myanmar. Yeah, great Seinfeld bit. Yeah.
And they still speak Burmese. That's what it's called. So, like,
I didn't
not
know that.
Myanmar in
Yeah,
or
right.
whatever.
All right, so we have more footage now. You go to the YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT, and here's footage. And I gave you my bird's eye view, and I'm looking. There's one other cop that was more in front of the vehicle. The scenario couldn't have been written better, in my view. You have a woman with a U.S. passport, again, that feels compelled to block the ICE vehicle with her vehicle. The cops get out, trying to open the door, and that's when she floors it and takes off. Now, I'm watching it. I've seen several bits of footage. We can start to play it now, Henry. You can watch, and you can give me your reaction on YouTube. The cop is not directly in front of the vehicle, but when you're in a situation like this and someone floors it, this is, you hear here's who, in no order, as we see this on YouTube at 855-839-1210. I don't see, and again, if they're there, they're certainly not there, these officers. Where are the police officers? This city, this mayor, this shameless police chief following this, and you're going to get the same thing in Bucks County. You elected this guy to be sheriff. You're going to get the same thing. If ICE has to come into Bucks County, they're basically saying, hey, now suddenly, in their nice yellow coats, we have all kinds of cops marching in, surrounding the vehicle, protecting it against ICE and what's involved in here. This city, at least, I don't know about all Minnesota, it's like they've seceded from the country, and they're going to learn a lesson. Trump already on Truth Social going after this. Now, it's pretty cold out. When George Floyd happened, of course, it was much warmer. Are we going to see spasms of this stuff all over the place? I can already predict, stay away from downtown Philadelphia, the marchers, and they're already made up signs. They'll be out there. The counter, though, is America voted on this, and they voted to stop what we've seen in the testimony we played you today, the fraud that's involved in Minnesota, sucking up $9 billion. And the Democrats still trying to push back on that. Fox has talking about, they have a guy on essentially talking about, as I can see, peaceful protesters. How much of this is peaceful or not? Almost none of it was peaceful. These are people they've been egged on. They're out there in the middle of the day. What kind of jobs do they have? To block ICE. They got word through the various networks that ICE is going to be raiding somewhere. It's a residential neighborhood. They show up, and this one woman was determined to block them. Now, being shot in this situation is going to be a matter of tremendous debate. Is this another George Floyd? I don't think it's quite that. But given all the elements that are involved, and I can't even look at these cops. I'm sorry. And I realize they have to earn a living. They're in the Minneapolis Police Department. But the guy at the top, the chief, this is the causal element. If you're not there to control the crowd, you don't have to agree with ICE. You don't have to aid and abet ICE in their duty, but you do have to enforce the law. You cannot let a mob block them and cause chaos. Now, this happened in other cities, and thank God, no one was killed. To my knowledge, this is probably the first. Now, all of a sudden, the cops are on the scene. They're towing cars out. Everything's official. The police tape is down. What a disgrace. Just a disgrace. And what is the motivation of this woman? That she feels in the middle of a day here on January 7th, her mission in life is to use her vehicle. And it's well after ICE seemed to be leaving the scene. They're definitely leaving the scene. I'm not sure if they had secured anybody or not. The initial point we started watching with ICE, it was unclear because there were so many people there trying to block them, et cetera, about what happened. But you've seen the footage, the best footage that we've seen from this, not Fox News, but a local Fox, is better than the camera phone. It zeroes in pretty clearly. Then you got to make a judgment about shooting someone in this situation when they're fleeing. I can't say she definitively was trying to run him over, as much as fleeing the scene of this after blocking and having a cop on ICE, and she's on ICE, holding on to the side of the car. And again, if you have police there to secure the scene, does this happen? No, it doesn't happen in my view, if you have enough cops there. All righty, 855-839-1210. We're coming to your calls. I'd love to get your reaction. If you've seen it, it's up on my Twitter. I reposted it at DomShow12, at DomShow1210. This, I don't think, is George Floyd. But given Minnesota, given this mayor, given the attitude, which is, no, we're not going to let you enforce the law. It's much worse to be an ICE agent now, much bigger target than even to be a cop. 855-839-1210.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
If you want to make a smart investment in your home, get to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive showroom is packed with high-quality, hand-selected furniture, art, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces you won't find at the big box stores. If you need help, their designers can guide you. Prefer to browse alone? Every piece has a QR code with photos, details, and pricing. Right now, during their New Year New Home Sale, save 20 to 50% on select pieces. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. Sale ends January 9th. Some exclusions apply. Tell them Nick Kale sent you.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom. So, again, we'll sort out. It looks like, again, at Dom Show 1210, I reposted the Fox video there. And again, why in the world does a woman, U.S. citizen, park herself there to block ICE when they come over to try to remove her from the car for that illegal act? She floors it and takes off and ends up being shot. So we're going to see, man, this ICE agent, I guess this would be any case it's brought. It's in the state of Minnesota. Here we go. It's going to be very difficult to enforce the law there, despite the hearings today, the corruption, the illegal behavior, the sanctuary city. My gripe, though, is with this police chief standing with the mayor who told ICE to get the blank out of Minnesota, get out of his city, etc. The chaos that we saw, and again, I didn't see 100 ICE agents out there. It's 15 or 20 maybe, pepper spraying or spraying them with mace. Some of these people that were blocking them, just walking up and chesting them even, from doing whatever they were going to do in this residential neighborhood. Even if you don't want to support ICE, how in the world don't you support the law that no one has the right, that's not peaceful protest, to block them when they're engaged in this? And then suddenly, though, when we're going to go after ICE, they came marching down the street like a dozen or so, cops in these all precise yellow jackets on. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to be there, the protectors of this. Look, I don't blame the cops per se, except the chief in this. But my God, this is, and they're claiming this is exactly what Trump wants. No, this is exactly the scenario they set up. And Bucks County, you voted for this. Fred Herron was working with ICE to make, and we'll get him on tomorrow, making it more secure to take people off the street, and the infrastructure of helping ICE to know that, not arresting people themselves. That's up to ICE. That's their job. But it's your job, particularly when you see something like this, not to let chaos happen. Jonathan Turley and others talking about from this video, we'll see that the cops have body cameras on too. They will, here's my prediction, they will try to charge with murder. This is not a murder. Now, if the cop violated policy in this, or cops, I'm a little unsure, or acted in a manner that's, shall we say, for want of a term, negligent. All right, we're going to see a battle over that. But I predict the Larry Krasners of the world, and in Minnesota, they'll come out of the woodwork to get the mob even more revved up. They're going to be looking at murder. They'll dox this guy. It'll be out there instantly. Let me go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, good afternoon. Have you had a chance to see any of this?
Well, I've been paying close attention because I frankly have nothing better to do, and I think that this is going to bode very badly for the Democrats in the midterms. And it all comes down to the midterms, Dom. Everything we talk about is, how to, and this is just going to be one of them things that people are going to look at this and they're going to say, I mean, come on, man, this is enough. But I didn't want to take a lot of time. I wanted to get right to my side answer because your other callers are so awesome. But I'm going to go with the hitch bot.
We took that off. We took that off already, Robert. Sorry. Do you have another?
Oh, you did?
Yeah. That
was my fault. Oh.
That's okay. It's okay. Do you have another one, maybe?
Okay. Just the guy who with the truck who started the fire under I-95 is the only thing that pops into mind. But there's nothing distinctly Philadelphia about that, like it was with the hitch bot.
Yeah.
So I'll pass and enjoy the show.
Thank you,
and
Robert.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, brother. You guys have a great day.
Yeah, that's why we took that off. It made it all the way from Canada. Sorry. No, that's okay. That's okay. We a lot happening here today. Yeah. Let me make sure I get one on here too. That was a biggie. Michael in Wilmington. Then Mario, I'm coming to you. I think you've seen the tape or have a sense of it here. Michael in Wilmington. Hey, Michael, what do you have today? Hi.
Hey, Dom. Hey, my good sir. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to the staff and to your family. Yeah, it's great.
Happy New Year.
Great to talk to you again. Just a couple notes on this Minnesota thing. It was so predictable that this was going to happen in some ways. I mean, the tension and the vitriol that was going on, never want to see it happen to ICE when the law is being applied or to the police, but it just seemed like there was just something that was going to break. You got Walsh resigning. You got Nick Shirley, who's you played that video. He's out there making these videos. And you got some Karen lady saying, these guys are ICE. And he's like, no, we're just YouTubers. We're not ICE.
Yep.
And they're calling those guys ICE. And meanwhile,
by the way, the protesters are flying the American flag, of course, upside down. Yeah.
I mean, it's so disgraceful. I mean, I can't even stand it. It's sickening. And, meanwhile, just on a side note on that, until I get to my side answer, Avello Airlines down here in Wilmington says we're going to stop deporting flights for ICE now. Even though we have record profits, we're going to stop flying people out on airlines for ICE, for deportations.
We'll have to check on that. It's an allegation, Mike. I don't doubt you. Yeah. But what airline is that?
Avello. The small airline that that runs out of ICE. It just never. But So to my side answer, Dom, I think this is a really good one for Philly. I know you've mentioned a few times. Back in 2005, our man and famous Philadelphian Joey Vento puts up "This is America" when ordering "Speak English," and this went like nationwide. I mean, lasted for a couple years, all over the news, all over the newspapers. Just huge for Philly that finally you had someone standing up saying, hey, if you want to order my product in a small cheesesteak store in Philadelphia, you got to be speaking English. You got to be. It was tremendous.
May he rest in peace. Just right up there with Frank Rizzo. Nobody a bigger character than Joey Vento. And that's right. And the sign was only 6 by 9 inches. All right. Mario in Camden, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mario.
Hey, Dom. The first thing that popped into my mind is Lieutenant Michael Byrd of the Capitol Police shooting Ashley Babbitt as she was going through an already broken window with clearly her hands free of any weapons. She's 115 pounds. It almost seemed to me like it was a planned ambush to escalate what was going on outside.
Well, I would say this. I don't know about that, but you know what? We never fully had what I think Stephen Sun, when he's been on with me, even has said, a full hearing on that. It was always shrouded. We didn't get to the bottom of it, without a doubt, Mario.
No, he was promoted to captain, and he retired with full benefits. But there's no time limitations on murder.
Exactly. Thank you, Mario, very much. We'll have more calls on this and lightning round coming up too, and I'll give you a summary on this. But the crowd has gotten bigger now. It's cold out. It's icy. It's snowing in Minnesota. I don't know that this is the intensity you get, but you watch in downtown Philadelphia tonight, traffic blocked. The whole thing will start up around this. And the causal element to me on this is the fact, even if you're a sanctuary city, you can't ignore the law that says you can't have people getting aggressive, trying to block ICE from what their duly authorized mission is. There's no doubt about that. So that means the police have to set up some kind of, if you want to have protesters there, they have a right to protest. But all the footage we were watching had people trying to block them. And this woman gets it into her head that she's duty bound to block their vehicle when it's leaving. And we're not even sure if they had apprehended anybody. When they get out, then there's more chaotic scene. Okay? I'm predicting here and now, though, this mayor, this flunky police chief, the DA was probably a Larry Krasner type. Rather than looking at this, you'll see in the next couple of days, if they want to say this was violative of their directives, violative, it's manslaughter, let's say, okay? I predict, just like Krasner, they're going to go for murder one or something close to it. That's what you're going to see play out here in Minnesota. So they haven't gotten the message. And to Robert's point, this is all about the midterms. And is America going to stand with this, or are they going to stand with this defiance? Whatever happened with the woman, as I said, that's a matter of in court to take a look at the use of force here. Is this justified or not? All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never the victim of a rideshare accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a rideshare injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
One other note in the middle of this, and we've talked about this before, just, for tomorrow. I mean, this is all-encompassing. President Trump issued an executive order banning these corporations from buying up tons of single-family homes.
Good.
Now, yeah, I'm on board with this. I got to see the nuggets of it. You know, they're skirting our capitalistic urges, but what they're doing inside the system is not capitalistic. So finally, they're listening here. They're taking action that's going to make single-family homes more affordable. Every single one of these corporations know exactly what they're doing. We'll have more details on that tomorrow. All right, let's go to Scott in Mount Laurel, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. You channeled your great Frank Rizzo early in the show when you said W. Wilson good. I could picture his voice saying it just like that. But my side answer, it was a huge story when one of the icons of Philadelphia, Julius Erving, it came out during Wimbledon that he had and he was known as Mr. Family Man and always doing the right thing, that he had an illegitimate daughter that no one knew about that was in the semifinals at Wimbledon. It was a humongous story.
Yeah, Dr. J, remember that completely. Nothing like it when he was here, though, when he eventually came here. Joe in Exton. All right, Joe, what do you have today?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My noteworthy event is the time when the Polish Pope, Karol Wojtyła, paid a visit to Philadelphia and celebrated Mass atop an elevated platform on the square in front of the Free Library of Philadelphia.
Yeah, Logan Circle. Or is it square? Logan Circle or square? It's both, maybe. Yeah.
Which Pope are we talking about?
This is Pope John Paul II.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
No, that was not quite as big as Francis because we're in a different era. I covered Francis inside the lines and all. It was incredible.
Look at the music.
All right. So I have one in mind, maybe personal bias, but I'll see what you guys think, too. Maybe you have something persuasive here. What did you say?
So I'm going to go with Steve with the Eagles Court.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that was quintessential Philadelphia.
Yep.
I second Steve in the Eagles Court. I also liked Earl Taccone's answer of Mariano putting up on the ledge. I liked Michael Wilmington's answer of no English, no service. I thought those were good answers.
Yeah. I like the Vento one, but I got to say, I think the Eagles Court was more quintessential of what people, and it's true, they needed it. So, that really tough call today, really tough. All right, we're already lining up people for tomorrow. This is not going to go away easily. Go to my Twitter at DomShow1210. You'll be able to see the footage, the new angle of this. And again, that's one thing, but where were the cops to prevent this chaos from happening? And then suddenly we see a flotilla of them march down the street to secure all this because of ICE. Care involved. I mean, it doesn't get any worse. And this was a residential neighborhood, not sure exactly what's happening. All right, Rich will cover this and everything else next.